Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for another episode of RPGs Uncovered. Today we have episode 2 of our Lost Eons GENESTAR demo play mini-series. We have all been looking forward to this all week. I have been bursting with ideas, far too many ideas to include in today's episode, but I have plenty of notes, and I will be dropping those in various places going forward. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Hello, thank you for joining me, all of you lovely people out there on the other side of this camera. We are RPGs Uncovered. This is the People's Ascension. RPGs Uncovered is a series dedicated to showing you just how quick and easy it can be to learn a new TTRPG. We do bite-sized mini tutorial. We do bite-sized tutorials, demo play mini series, full deep dive breakdowns of the game, which we did 2 episodes ago. That is up on YouTube and even down in the VODs below, I believe. I don't think that is timed out yet. And at the end of this demo play, we'll be doing a full critical analysis of Lost Eons itself, looking at the rules, tools, and themes, how we all think the game played, how we all navigated the rule books, and how we all navigated the rules within them and the tools within them, and what sort of game would what sort of group would be best for the games that this plays. So stick around for the continuation of this exciting solar punk series, and it's only going to get so much more, just so much more. And then after that, we'll do a deep dive analysis of the game and highlight all the best stuff about it. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Again, now that you know who we are and what we're doing here, if you would like to help out, the best way to support is really just to be here and tell other people to come and join. Getting extra eyes and button clicks on it is just as important as making money, even more so than making money right now. So come on over, tell your friends to come on over. If you're looking for a new game, if you're looking to learn a new game in an easy way, I like to think this is a great way to do it. I'm a very experiential learner, so we have the deep dive breakdown to tell you all the rules. We have bite-sized tutorials if you want it in little chunks, and then we have this demo play to really learn the game as you experience a story. And we have 2 other seasons under our belt, and I have so many more prepared. So if you're looking for new games, consider subscribing here, following on YouTube, following on Twitter. Follow us on Discord. We have a great Discord community with all kinds of other creators. If you are looking for a new game of pretty much any type, I guarantee somebody there will be able to point you in the direction of it, or might have simply made one themselves. There's a lot of great people over there. So come jump in and say hi. You can find all of those links down below in the About section of Twitch here. And last but not least, if you are so inclined and you are capable to do so in these times, we do have our support pages, Ko-Fi and Patreon. That is where you will find all sorts of player and GM facing information. Namely, we have the character sheets, the character dossiers for all of the lovely characters we have on Lost Eon GENESTAR, the player characters at the very least. We have their character sheets up there so you can see how they were made, and we have little bio descriptions to learn more about the characters and their backgrounds and their stories and what motivates them. And these guys did a great job of writing little like biographies for their character. Such great backstory information. I don't know how much of it is going to come up directly in the show, so if you want to learn more about their motivations and the nuances of these characters, do check out our adventurer tier. And we have GM facing information like the map I created for this game, and all of my ridiculous unnecessary amount of notes are going to be posted on there. GM stuff, way more than you need, way more than you want, but it's there if you want it. Anyway, I think that is all I have to say here. Let's see who these other lovely people are on the screen with me. Let's start over with Andrew. Thank you for joining me this morning, this afternoon, this evening, whatever time zone it is for all of you people.
It's afternoon here. Hi, I'm Andrew. I am That Gamer Ajax on YouTube and Twitter and TikTok. I just like making content about all kinds of different games. I have a very similar mission to highlighting other games besides for D&D. I love D&D, don't get me wrong, but I have learned that there are so many other great options out there. I am playing Cooper Starward, our kind of resident kind of little techie person. It's very, very nervous around people, and at the moment, quite scared as to what the future is going to bring.
Hmm. Oh, it's going to bring something. It's going to bring something. Yes, let's move on to Zoe. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for being with us.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoe or Zoe Trooper. You can find me on Twitter as @ZoeTrooper. It's super easy. Um, so happy to be here with these three fellows once again. These three individuals to play Lost Eons GENESTAR. I'm playing Daffleria, the caster. Magic in this game is very interesting, very random, and is only limited by your creativity. So let's see what I can do with it. I'm hoping to make some really big spell casting situations in this episode today, and maybe I can make a cheese volcano in the middle of nowhere.
Awesome.
I want it. I
Awesome.
want it so bad.
Yes,
I'm definitely gonna be throwing more aspects at you guys. I'm gonna keep these cards rotating so we can get as many spells out as possible in this little mini series we have going. Yes, and that of course brings us to our local trauma expert, Drake here. Fantastic role play from all of you. I'm super looking forward to all of it from all of you today. But oof, man, the feels last time. Drake, tell us about yourself and what you do.
Well, hi, I'm Drake, the Lion Knight 42. You can find me at on that using that name on Twitter or YouTube or Twitch or pretty much anywhere else. Currently, I'm involved in a couple projects with D&D, and I have a few other things that hopefully I'll be able to announce soon. Today, I'm playing Talon Karis, the Psych, and as noted, the trauma victim. Um, yeah, the last week was pretty heavy, but hopefully we can all sort of trauma bond together over our shared experiences and similar but distinct problems and move on forward and not just throw me under the bus.
It was the thought that entered our heads and then exited very quickly.
Oh, good.
I'm just dropping all of your links here. All right. And of course, hello, I'm Jack. I run this channel. You're already here, so you already know where to find me. Let's dive into this then. Okay. Let's start out, because we didn't have to do this last time, because last time was episode 1. Now it's episode 2, and we have things to recap. So what I like to do as a GM is throw the recap back to all of my players. Ideally, I like to have them pass it around, so that everybody has spent some time recapping what happened last. That way, we get everybody engaged in the game from the start. Everybody gets warmed up. They get talking to each other, to me. They get into their own characters, they get into each other's characters, and get back into the world. And most importantly, I get to see what each person really latched onto last episode. So let me throw it back to you guys. And I think it works out perfectly for episode 1, because each of you were kind of separated, at least for the first part of the show. So let me throw it over to Drake to recap kind of the first third.
Sure. So originally, we entered in on one of the havens, deep underground, which we would later learn was kind of buried into the side of a hill. On Talon awaking from an unexpectedly long slumber inside of a sort of cryo chamber, which after exiting left them in a incredibly confused state, finding themselves somewhere that they barely recognized, surrounded by some truly terrifying things that it took them longer than they would like to process. Uh, After some exploration through some of these other pods, it became clear that there was something very strange going on. A lot of the people were either dead or just dead, or dead and had changed in ways that didn't make any sense to them. So they spent some time trying to figure out what was happening in a clear panic. And after getting a little bit of their senses back, went to check the roster on one of the working computers checking in and finding out that their husband had unfortunately not made it through the process and had also somehow been changed. Uh, at the same time, learning about something called essence that he still does not understand at all, and having to, for the sake of keeping whatever small tattered remains of sanity there could still be, avoid looking up a fairly obvious result as to the whereabouts or status of their daughter, and using that as motivation to try and get out of here. Uh, sorry. Which led them to exploring the facility and encountering more strange things, ultimately culminating in finding more of these strange experiments that had been going on, again, something to do with essence that they just don't really understand, and narrowly escaping some kind of corrosive ooze being and a malfunctioning but probably with the best of intentions drone that tried to fix him with um a small torch, because that's that's how that works. But narrowly avoiding that disaster and making their way to the surface after steeling themselves against whatever may be out there, and still somehow falling very short of doing so. With the hope, at least in their own mind, of coming back with help to save their most likely long deceased daughter.
All right. And that led you to the surface for the first time in either half an hour or a few several hundred years.
Yeah.
And looking down the hill from where this haven was perched, you would see Haven and everything that went on there. Zoe, how about you detail what happened through Daffileria's perspective?
So it kind of opened with Daffodiliria sitting in this kind of pet project of hers. She's growing this tree that is quite unusual. Doesn't know exactly what she's doing with it, but it's a good way for her to flex her magical abilities. Don't let them go stagnant, and kind of amuse herself over the years, because a lot of her magic in this in the group or in the town of Harvest um, has been focused on growing the crops and whatnot. So it's more for her and less for the village at large, which might be considered selfish by some people in Harvest, but you gotta do something in your downtime, I think. Uh Anyways, as she's just kind of contemplating her tree, where to take it next, a bunch of individuals, very loud, rumbling, mechanical chairs with these people dressed in like blinding white uniforms come rolling into Harvest with what I know to be guns and like scooters, I guess, airborne scooters,
Like
the
hover bikes.
hover bikes. Yes, much cooler than scooters.
Yes.
I'm just picturing a Vespa right now, honestly. That just makes it so much better.
Those dangerous GENESTAR night scooters.
Mhm.
Like
The,
a
the bright
Vespa, it's just they're
chrome
riding up.
colors, hunched over.
Well, I'm getting Star Wars flashbacks now with the stormtroopers
Yeah.
on their little bikes. They're hunched over and they're like, "Nyarm." So you know what? And we're not far off. These GENESTAR guys come rolling up saying that they need to talk to the people of the town, but they're very aggressively shooting, shouting, setting buildings on fire. We didn't see anyone actually get hurt or killed, thankfully. But we were left with a lot of questions, and we just managed to escape from the town with ourselves and our lives. And that's when we ran into Drake's character, who we immediately assumed is one of the GENESTAR Knights, by the name of Tolan. I should mention I escaped with my brother Cooper, who will surely introduce the scenario through his perspective in a second here.
Yeah, let's throw it over to Andrew. Tell us about
It,
Cooper's experience in Harvest.
I was starting with the best day probably of my life. I was able to deliver a love letter to a developing crush from a rival family. Probably should be forbidden, but I don't really care that much right now. She's lovely. She's pretty. Had to give that love letter to her, and while full of joy and elation, was going to talk to my mentor, and then we hear thunder coming in down the road, and then we're attacked by the GENESTAR Knights. I was nearly shot in the process while trying to find my sister. We kind of fled by our homestead area to grab some supplies before going out. We were confronted by one of the GENESTAR Knights, and through some very clever use of magic, Dathlir managed to kind of calm down the situation while giving up some food, distracting the guy long enough for us to get away. Then we met up with Talon, and we noticed that he happens to have a number 24 written on him, while the GENESTAR Knights noted that they were looking for subject 24. Now we are all together and we are trying to figure out what the heck are we going to do.
Yes, and I think that is exactly where we're going to pick up. Right in the middle of that conversation. The last thing that was said, of course, after a very intense meeting between these two mutants and this strange, small, gangly, smooth skinned person, there was an argument and describing the Genestars. Final the final line was Cooper saying they called themselves Genestar. Genestar, big white block letters up on the screen, up on the camera. I run a very cinematic show here. It fades into episode 2, and we're cold opening, guys. Go.
What time of day is it right now?
It is probably, after all this, it's probably about like mid-afternoon. You're right in the beginning of early sunset.
Okay. Given that, we were going to go into the cave for
Mid-evening.
shelter, but Tullen, who has objected, we're still going to need shelter. So I'll turn to the other two. I'm a little leery of Tullen, but I say, well, we can't stay out here. They will find us. Surely there's somewhere we can spend the night. We need to start establishing a shelter now.
I don't even know where we are to
Well,
be.
look, we're close to harvest. I'm sure that we can find something in the immediate area. That shouldn't be a problem. And at this point, you're going to see Cooper's shoulders start to kind of slump over again. He's taking his natural hunchback. Uh, he can only keep up a bright face for so long, and at this point, I think we've established that Tullen isn't really much of a threat. Um, I have to ask you, Tullen, what's with the thing on your arm?
I wish I could answer that. I I don't know. I just woke up with it.
Hmm. I think that they're looking for you. They mentioned looking for a subject 24, and I noticed the 24 that's etched into your armband there.
And you said they attacked your home?
Yes, everything they've taken everything from us right now.
You can
They are saying that we belong to them.
you can see fires just beginning to be snuffed out downfield of the hill.
They also called us mutants.
Well, they're not wrong, right?
Well, you're
Not a
one to
word.
talk.
It's not a word that's familiar to me.
Well,
This is how we've always been.
all of your all of your people are like this too.
Yes.
Have you ever been out of your village town? What do you call it? Harvest?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, not far. I mean, we as a people have adapted to the way that this world works, and quite frankly, the way that you all look doesn't make any sense. How can you survive without adaptations?
I don't make any sense.
Look,
What? Oh,
definitely, maybe we can discuss this a little bit more. I think that Daffleria is correct. We should listen to my sister. We need to find someplace safe. Do you have anything for shelter?
I half an hour ago there were buildings taller than I assume you could imagine surrounding here. So no, I wouldn't have the first idea of where to go.
What?
You mean one of the shells? And I'll point out into the distance to what could have at one point been a skyscraper.
Mhm.
That's just basically the iron bars still kind of holding it up with like vegetation.
Yeah, Tolan, that was some corporate office building back in your day, and it's just kind of slanted over.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the shells.
Are you suggesting we use them for shelter?
Maybe I I don't think that's going to be much of a shelter anymore.
Well, we're close to the forest, right?
Um, the haven is pretty much on the opposite side of Harvest from the forest.
Okay. Oh, I mean, I have a tent. I mean, maybe we can just try to find someplace a little more hidden, and maybe we can hide there, and maybe we can talk.
Okay. You're going to eat me, right?
What?
No.
We don't eat meat. I assume you're made of meat, right? Unless you're a walking, talking vegetable.
No,
In that case, maybe.
He's kind of smooth, like an eggplant, like an aubergine, but he's not the right color.
I'm definitely made of meat. Okay. I mean, there's nowhere else that I'm gonna go. Lead the way.
I'm gonna lean over to Daffleria. I think you might be crazy.
You know, you might not be wrong. I don't know if we should really trust him based on what we know of the Genestars, but also the eating meat is
Disgusting.
weird.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I-
he doesn't seem. He seems lost, and I think we should help him until we can figure out what to do.
Agreed. And quite frankly, I want to look at some of the things that he has. I've never seen anything like those, and I'm intrigued.
Yeah,
He's
you do
he's
see he has a small metal rectangle on him. It's kind of bumpy. He has these really weird looking boots on him. What are some other crazy things? I mean, obviously there's the armband.
But would we see the gun that he has?
That's the small metal
Oh,
rectangle.
okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
I figured I'd have that tucked away.
Oh yeah, you
At least
you
for
might have.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm, I tinker and I always take these things apart whenever I can find them. I have to know how these work. So maybe we can talk to him and get to know a little bit more. And if all else fails, maybe he can give us more information on these GENESTAR Knights, and he can give us a way to drive them back.
All right. Well, let's start looking for a place to hold up for the night. And at this point, I'll include Tolan in on the conversation and wave him over. Just stay close to us.
Oh, okay. There will still be a noticeable like 6 feet between them at the closest point.
At least you're staying safe from airborne disease.
Yep.
There you go. That's a whole other aspect of this 8,000 year time difference we have and the progression of germs and whatnot. But we're not going to worry about that.
Yeah. Colin comes out, immediately dies.
Oh.
Infects what's left of harvest with like the flu.
The flu, yeah.
Oh.
So where are you guys heading?
I'm gonna pull up our map really quick.
I will say the main forest that you're used to is pretty much on the other side of Haven. There are kind of rolling fields out about here. You could try to hide yourself in amongst them. But there's probably like smaller patches of woodland. It's mostly rolling fields out about here. But you could find some vegetation. And of course, Steph Illyria pointed out few remains of, well, the shells. Remains of ancient buildings, though those are a bit dangerous. You would know firsthand, Cooper, that those can be quite dangerous. You step on the wrong place and that rusted metal could bring a whole section down.
Mm-hmm.
So my thoughts are we want to steer away from Harvest and away from the Haven.
Agreed.
We know that Granmall is at least like a week's walk
It's
from
at
here.
least
Is
a
that
week's
correct?
walk
At
from here,
least,
probably more.
yeah.
It's about 5 days or so by cart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also the GENESTAR Knights came from that direction too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, maybe making our way towards that forest. I know it's like across the roadway and everything like that, but maybe that's where we can. It might be worth trying to get there before sundown.
Yeah.
So-
Shelter, I think, would be easy there.
Sorry, go where? I had to throw the banhammer a few times.
Oh, onto like heading our way that forest. I don't know how long it would take us to get there, but maybe if we kind of push it, maybe we can get there by nightfall.
The forest on the other side of
Yes.
Harvest? Yeah.
Yeah.
You could see there's a fork in the road on the map. You could take that split, and that does keep you far enough away that unless they're really paying a lot of attention to the outskirts, they probably won't see you. And you can make your way into the very large, very verdant, very overgrown section of the forest that you can see is distinct from the vaguely normal-ish, by at least Tolan standard, forest on the other side of the river.
Okay.
So either one would be fine, really.
I will state if we can't find shelter to hide in tonight, I can make some, and I have a really good idea for that. But let's try to save that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just try to find some shelter, at least in the neighboring forest. I think that's probably gonna be our best bet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not terribly difficult. You've escaped Harvest. As you remember, there was only about somewhere between 5 and 10 of them, the GENESTAR Knights that came in. They were kind of flying in on those weird hovering benches in this sort of flying V formation. Some of the hover bikes had 2 people on them, some of them only had 1. So somewhere like 6 to 9 of these individuals. And they were quite well focused on Harvest itself. So you can skirt around the area, stick to the hills, stick to the other side of this ancient highway that you basically, it's just the main road that goes through this entire region. And through the next couple hours, you can slowly make your way over to the forest that both of you are quite well familiar with. You know, cuttings from this forest, soil from this forest, really helps create much larger, much more vibrant, much healthier produce. You've used aspects of this forest before as farmers in one of the great farming families of Harvest. But you can tuck yourselves away just within the tree line.
The whole walk, Holland is just amazed, eyes wide, just sort of stumbling behind them, taking in this completely different world.
Yeah, it's strange going along this road that you drove back and forth on every day. And the buildings you passed every day are either not there or are leaning, crumbled, and reduced to shells along the side of the road. Many of them simply gone. Trees that weren't there are there now. You're approaching this forest that dwarfs the California redwoods in both size and vibrancy, and definitely strangeness. Large, colorful trees with all kinds of different leaves and fruits, uh, various different colorations and textures of bark, some of them forming strange interwoven patterns with each other. Some of them even have bioluminescent tendrils that flow between them and look like they're exchanging electrical or bioluminescent communication with other trees in the area. It is a strange, gigantic forest that you were walking into with these strange, gigantic people.
What what is this place? What do you call this?
It's a forest. Have you never seen a forest before?
I have seen plenty forests, but nothing like this. Do you not have a name for this forest? Do you
Gee,
not?
do we have a name for the forest?
I don't know, do you?
All my name ideas are bad right now.
Yeah.
I was
think
gonna
that
call
on
it
that.
Rainbow Bright Forest, and I was like, no, that's copyrighted.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we could call it Randbright, right?
There you go.
Not bad.
Sure.
Yeah. It's the Randbright Forest, and it's always been here.
Oh, it has not always been here.
Uh, what what do you what do you mean it's not always been here? It's been here for generations of our family. It's been here for as long as the eldest elders in our community know. What do you mean?
Those things out there. He points towards where they had been referencing the shells earlier. That that your that she called shells 45 minutes ago were 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 buildings, were skyscrapers, were massive. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people occupied them, calling them homes, calling them office buildings. This was none of this was here.
I can assure you, 45 minutes ago, this is exactly how it looked. Now, you've said this more than once now. Perhaps you've come from another place?
Where are you from?
Uh, GM, is there a specific part of?
You come from probably fairly nearby. There is actually an old city, what remains of an old city, well overgrown. Again, probably a week or so past Grand Mall, the trading hub, along the same highway. That's probably that or the suburbs of it are probably where you are from.
unless unless the whole mountain moved. I know knew knew where I was. I don't I don't think it's a matter of where.
Are you one of the ones from the past, the ones that left these buildings.
I think so.
I see.
Daffleria, how would that be possible? Anybody that goes into those ancient caves usually never comes out.
Well, you understand the technology of the ancients better than most people. Is there a way they would have to keep them safe?
Could I do a research check on that one to see if maybe I might be able to recall any of that information?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be D6 and then D8.
So to recap, while you're doing that, the basic mechanics of this game, whenever you roll a check, there are 9 different skills. It's usually left up to the players to suggest when and what sort of skill they would like to roll. We negotiate, if that would be possible, what that roll would entail. Maybe throw out some guidelines for what complications may be if they roll a complication. They then use their soul die, which is usually a D6. Unless they're injured, it becomes a D4. And then their skill die, which is anywhere between a d4 and a d12, depending on their skill rank in that particular skill. You roll those 2 dice. You take generally the highest of those 2. 1 to 3s are failure. They give you complications, no successes. 4s and 5s are a partial success. You succeed at what you're doing, but there's an added complication to it. And anything 6 or above is a full success, no complication. So
Okay,
on this
well,
research, what did you roll?
I got a 7 on my research. So that is a full success.
That's a full success. Okay. Yes. What was your skill die on research?
That was a D8. So I got a 7 on that, and then my soul die, which was a D6, I got a 3 on.
Nice. Yeah. So the higher your skill die, the more of a chance you have to roll a 6 or higher. Yeah. So a 7, that's a full success. Let's see. Thinking from your perspective, the stories you've heard tell about other old iron caves, the places of the ancients, and other, just rooting through the shells that you found around Harvest for ancient technology and scraps and whatnot. Daffleria probably sharing some stories, of course, with travelers who may have come to pass through Harvest at some point. There are definitely sort of like fairy tales, like old wives' tales, bedtime stories about people who claim that they saw ghosts of the past, or people have gone into these metal caves and have traveled down to the underworld of the ancients. There are other tales of great mechanical beasts that could be seen roaming around some of the shells, or perhaps even these metal caves. And there's a lot of remnants of ancient technology. There's not a lot of understanding of them, but especially in Grand Mall, the trading hub, which is sort of the most prosperous as far as material wealth in this area. There are various different, I don't know, arcane wonders, feats of essence that can't really be explained in modern terms. Things that can propel you great distances. Other means of transportation vaguely in line with the hovering benches, that the flying benches that the GENESTARs rode in on. Strange fabric pieces or pieces of clothing that could be worn or used to adorn different outfits. There's even tell, of course, of other exploding rods, or whatever you would like to call them. Different weapons of some sort that could instantaneously cause things to burst. But for the most part, there's not a lot of There's not a lot of technology that's very well understood. Simple machines could certainly be repurposed. Some of the farming equipment around here may have been repurposed from ancient farming equipment. Whether it's used in the same way as intended, probably not. Probably a much more distilled down version. As far as anybody else straight walking from the past, not really. I mean, there's tell of some of the other smaller towns in the area, the other smaller villages that may have like a oral history of at one point emerging from one of these metal caves where their ancestors used to dwell, but nobody who has any direct immediate connection to those places.
Well, based, I've heard stories of all kinds of creations and mysticism surrounding these caves, and some have even ventured into the underworld of these regions. But I, I've never heard of somebody coming directly from the past. If you come from the past, there must have been very powerful magics associated with that. Essence must have been very strong with your people.
Wait, what did you say?
Magic was
No,
strong.
the other thing.
Oh, that your people must have been very gifted with essence.
What is essence?
I'm gonna turn over to Death Leary. I know she has a better understanding of magic than I do.
The essence, it is like another layer to all life, all material on this plane. If you look at a tree, there is the tree that you can see, and underneath of its bark is the essence that flows within, it flows in the ground. It is what enables me to do things like this. And I'm going to use my innate magic, which allows me to just cast flavor cantrip spells to kind of make a ball of fire in my hand.
Olin sort of like stumbles backwards and almost reflexively their hand kind of reaches behind them and stops. But why would they think? Has it has it always been like that?
My people of Harvest do not know a time without essence. Essence is what helps us to survive in this world. It changes us. You seem to understand that essence is a thing, but you do not understand what it is. And at this point, I will extinguish the flame. This is new to you.
You could say that, yeah. I do you and Talon is gonna pull out the notebook, the composition notebook, and just for a moment their grip on it is iron tight, and then they sort of like hold it out, offering it. Do you know what any of this means?
Here's a big game master question. Can we read this ancient text?
Yeah, we're kind of going with the Stargate philosophy of everybody in the
Mm.
universe at all times speaks modern
Okay.
American English.
Galactic Eternal Common.
Yes. Yeah, 8,000 years has gone by, and the only thing of the old world has remained is North American English.
Perfect.
Um, The writing would probably be very strange to you. I'm sure letters have changed vaguely over
Mhm.
time. I mean, just thinking back 200 or 300 years ago, S's looked like F's basically.
Yeah.
So over time, the writing, the alphabet may have changed a bit. Vocabulary has probably changed a bit. But you all, of course, obviously understand each other because
Mhm.
playing a game with 8,000 years of language barrier would be very difficult for everybody involved.
Yeah.
I've done it before, it's no fun.
It's
If I
rough.
um,
if I recall correctly, though, this ledger was very scientific.
very science heavy, extremely
Yeah.
science heavy. You do not have the vocabulary
Mhm.
at all for it. And not only is it very science heavy in its writing, but it has all kinds of mathematic formulae which you have no context for whatsoever,
Mhm.
and various diagrams and whatnot, which again you don't really have any understanding of. Maybe Cooper might be able to pick out like different mechanical processes
Mhm.
vaguely. I mean, I don't think Cooper has any real understanding of like circuit board technology, but just general like this piece attaches to this piece and makes it vaguely do this, you might be able to piece together, but
Mhm.
nothing coming anywhere close to understanding what's in that
Oh,
notebook.
one look at this notebook, though, I kind of come to the realization that Tullen may not be lying to us. He may have been from the past. So I just kind of give them a bit of a nod and say, I recognize some of the words, but this is old writing, and it is very difficult. It is some of these words I do not recognize. Cooper might be a little bit better at this, and I'll hand the book off to my brother just see what he thinks about it. But I believe you might be, as you say, from the past.
They
I,
were
I'll just kind of like start flipping through it and realize this is beyond me.
Mhm.
I'm gonna just look up at Tullen. So you okay? Quick question: are you crazy? Did you give us a thing of gibberish? Like,
uh,
are you a crazy person? If you are, no judgment. We definitely have we are people that help others.
at
But
this point I'm starting to wonder.
okay, that is valid.
I they were doing experiments with essence. I You have to understand that this is so far beyond the realm of what I could have ever imagined was possible. This is not my world, but it is. You're not my people, but here you are, calling a place home that might as well have been a series of strip malls. Condos. So maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm hallucinating, or maybe I hit my head on the way out and I'm just laying on the floor and this is my brain freaking out on the way out.
I reach over and pinch Tullen.
Please tell me you do it with a fuzzy tentacle.
I do not do it with the fuzzy tentacle.
They immediately just like jump.
Do you still believe you are asleep?
Some things don't change. No, I guess not. But this is impossible.
As you've been talking, I've been thinking. We spoke to one of the GENESTARs earlier, and he looked quite similar to you, which is unusual for the people of Harvest, for everyone to be so similar. We are all very unique. Your answers may lie with the GENESTARs, but they are not kind people. least
I
not that I've seen.
I spent so much of my youth around, I guess you could say, not kind people, and I'm in no rush to do that again.
I'm gonna just go over and kind of like lay one of my like big meaty hands like on their shoulder.
Immediately, he tenses up.
Uh, Look, Genestar took everything from us. They've turned our world upside down. They seem to be looking for you. You don't seem to be working for them. I think that we can work together, and we can try to help teach you on how this can be your home.
I need to find help. I need before I can think about calling anything home. I He sort of looks back up in the direction of the vault. We can figure this out, but after that, I need help. I need to go back. There's something important there that I have to get.
I can promise you the people of Harvest do not turn away someone in need, but right now they are the ones in need. I'm sorry. Once our village is freed, I can assure you they will help you.
Then I'll help however I can. It's not like I have anywhere else to go, or would know where to go even if I did. But you're gonna have to be patient because this is very strange.
I smile very warmly at Talon and say, "You are talking to people who make their living growing vegetables and trees. We know nothing but patience. Like everything, we will help and cultivate you."
So I imagine this is a conversation that has been had throughout the course of some time that you've spent looking for a place that is relatively that is safe, that is within the tree line, but probably has some sort of view out into out towards Harvest, so you can keep an eye on anything that may be going on. Um, Setting up the tents that at least the two of you have, and fortunately, it's warm enough. It's gonna dip down into uncomfortably cold without a fire and without a home out here. But I don't think, given the threat that you've just escaped from, building a fire is probably not on anybody's list of things to do right now. So over the next couple hours or so, you can harvest some things from the local wildlife around here. I'm sure Dafflery and Cooper, you are both well versed in this forest, know what sort of mushrooms and little berries and plants and little root vegetables that grow wild out here that you can pick and sustain yourself for the evening. And a little bit more, I don't know about light, but conversation goes on until it is time to turn in. And the night passes for you. You notice, of course, there is still the fires around Harvest have been put out at this point, but at least the beginning of the evening, the beginning of night, you can still see the remains of the smoke in the area. You could hear vaguely the distant din of a whole town in an uproar. But it quiets, and the darkness comes. The moon passes overhead. The temperature lowers, and you drift off into whatever uneasy sleep that you can manage to get. And some point in the middle of the night, maybe approaching dawn, you are awoken by another loud crack of thunder, another explosion off in the distance of harvest. You all startle awake and look out towards that area, and you can see there is another large. There was an explosion. You can see another wisp of fire and trail of dark smoke coming from somewhere within Harvest itself, not the field surrounding it, but within Harvest itself. And as you're gathering yourselves, waking yourselves up, clearing your mind, clearing your eyes, looking out over this, not shortly after that, or shortly after that, I should say, not long after that, you hear the increasing rumble of thunder once more as you see 3 of those strange, flying, noisy, dust-spewing chairs take off back down the main highway that they came from.
I assume that I recognize what these things are.
You looking off in the distance, yeah, you would recognize the hover bikes. They were like top end models at the time. Hover technology. I mean, you have kind of vaguely hover boots, but those are like top end hover bikes at the time. It's a distance that you're at this point, so you can't really make out individuals all that well. But you do. Let me see here. Let me actually have. Let me have somebody do a search check, and this is actually a good time to possibly do a group check if you would like to.
Ooh.
Sure.
Yeah.
So to pause the narrative real quick, I know I'm halfway through exposition, but for a group check, one person would take the reins on that as the main action taker. You would have your soul die and your skill die, and then anybody who would like to contribute to that check would add their soul die to it. Not their skill die, but their soul die to it. The other participants in this action aren't using their skills. They're simply adding their person to what is going on. They're lending another set of hands or another set of eyes, but they're not directing the action through the understanding and application of their own skill. So anybody who would like to can throw their soul die into this pool of dice. That means there's going to be more chances of success, but if there is a complication, anybody involved takes a complication. That may be a single group complication, or it could give each individual person a complication. So to get a good beat on what's going on in there, somebody can roll a search check.
I would like to add my soul die to this search check. I will be assisting, not the primary.
I could take point. I'm pretty good at searching. If everyone is cool with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Cooper, are you jumping in on this? You don't have
You know
to.
what? Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it as well.
Okay. So it's
Aw,
your
we're all doing
normal
it together.
dice, Talon, and then 2 extra d6s.
So I got a 7 on my skill die and a 1 on my soul die.
Okay. And you rolled the other 2 d6s, right?
Oh, I thought they were gonna roll the d6s.
Oh, no, it adds, I mean, however you guys want to
Okay.
do it, but generally it's added to your pool.
Oh, okay. 4 and a 3 on the others.
Okay. Yes, I asked because there's a potential to roll multiple 6 or higher at a time, which would be a critical success, which would give you extra information, extra boons. But a 1 does not matter as long as you succeed on another dice. So you said you got a 6, a 7. What did you get?
I got a 7 on
7.
the skill die. Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, that's a full success. You can all look out about the area. You do see, as I described, Talon, you're familiar with these hover bikes. You've seen them. You've seen like concept images of them. You might have heard of like the Elite. Actually, Perhaps somebody in your family may have just recently purchased one of these higher end hover bikes, but you weren't very close with them at that point. It's not like they took you for a joyride or anything. You can kind of focus your attention. You can vaguely make out atop them. You do see three GENESTAR knights on them, of course. I sort of imagine that they're wearing almost like white painted biker leathers with also like a lab coat on the back as like a cloak. Um, and then of course those white face masks, those white like mannequin face masks. But on the back of each of those bikes, there's one or two other people like these two with you, uh, residents of Harvest, other mutants on the bikes with them. And then within sort of the center of town, maybe just off of it, you can see the now rapidly decreasing remnants of whatever just exploded in there. Again, you hear the distant din of cries and commotion. And with that, I would say you think you see, glistening in the moonlight, between the fields, what's left of the fields, between some of the buildings, you see the glint of metal moving somewhere about within town.
Is Hmm. That's they have some of your people.
Yes. They took over. They demanded answers from us.
Is all their tech as high quality as the hover bikes?
Well, they have these kind of metal rods that they hold up and it lets out a sound of thunder. And I know something came flying past me at a very high velocity when I was trying to run.
Colin reaches back and he's gonna pull out the pistol. Did it look like this at all?
It was bigger. They held it up to their shoulder before it made the sound.
A rifle. Hmm. It's like what you're describing is a gun. And I don't know how long it's been, but I guess there's at least always a little bit of a hope that those would have been gone by now.
Well, we've never seen them before. That this is the first that we've experienced them. So it seems at least some part of your hope is true. But they have them, and now they have our people.
Was that all of them? Do you know how many there were?
I I recall there being more, but everything was chaos when we were running.
I will add, actually, because this is something that Tollin would probably know. If I remember correctly, Tollin, you have some sort of background in like IT
Yes.
technology. This is sort of different, more engineering of your time. But that explosion, there was you could pick out just a bit of really intense like blue white flame that flashed for a second and pretty much immediately went out. It's possible. Uh, it's possible that one of the bikes may have exploded. The power cell in there, whatever it may have been, could have exploded. That would produce a very bright white blue flash like that.
Would your people have tried to fight them off?
I mean, I feel we're mostly pretty peaceful, and Normally not. I think we were more confused when they had Daffleria. Did you know anybody that would try to be bold like that? Besides for yourself?
We were mostly just scared. I saw people running, and some people were just walking, looking to see what was happening. I did not see anyone fighting.
That that last bit of thunder, it different. I, I think one of the hover bikes might have exploded. I think if it wasn't from if it wasn't from your people fighting back, then it's possible that it's just they can't do maintenance. They can't maintain these things. Maybe
What how much maintenance do these things require? And if something was poorly maintained, it would go off like that?
possible. It depends. I'm not an engineer, but anytime you've got that many moving pieces surrounding a battery,
I'm gonna look over at Daffleria. You don't think Tonk could have done that, do you?
Tonk would be the one to do it if anyone was.
who is Tonk?
Tonk was my mentor. He taught me a bit. He's a bit of an outcast, kind of like us.
There was whatever it was that happened. There was something strange and metallic back there. We if we go slow and move carefully, we might be able to at least get a bit closer. But with all due respect, I don't know how quiet two of you could be.
I'm extraordinarily stealthy.
She is. She's very sneaky, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to assume anything. It's just
She was Harvest champion in the Seek and Hide championship last season during the festival. She's very good at what she does.
Sort of like puff out my neck fur and look really tall for a moment.
Hmm.
Well, I just would ask if we are going to go tonight. I would just like a little bit of time to prepare. I don't handle essence particularly well, but I think I might be able to dilute it into a easier to consume form.
Okay. And perhaps once we've resolved this, I would like to have a discussion about essence because there's it's just so strange and so many questions that I have.
Yes, I can answer as much as I can. You have to understand it's somewhat metaphysical in nature as well.
I need to know what they were doing with it and why.
If you can give me an hour, I should be good to go.
All right.
So I would like to attempt to craft a potion. Question: Am I able to infuse multiple pieces of essence into one potion, or is it just like one aspect per potion that I can make?
No, you're basically putting an entire spell into a potion. Yeah, you can add additional essence or additional
Okay.
aspects. Yeah.
So the question that I had is just when it comes to the way that the potion functions, would I be able to
I
make it
believe.
into something, or is it just like something that like somebody drinks and then gets that aspect? Just
You we negotiate what the spell would be, and then you basically bottle that spell effect.
okay. So I actually have two aspects that I really want to play with. It is flash and repeat.
Okay.
The idea that I have would be that I would try like combining these two, and then the person that uses it would be able to basically, like, I'm thinking like summon like rapid like flashing balls of light in their hands, basically making like a kind of like strobe effect that you could use to like temporarily blind somebody if needed. That's the idea that I had, and I'm hoping that I can make this work. Otherwise, this is not going to go well.
Okay. Yes, so crafting. To pause the narrative for a second. Yes, if you have a crafting kit, you can take an hour and pretty much distill a spell into a consumable item. The spell is negotiated between the player and the GM, just like any normal spell, but instead of spell casting, it is crafted into a potion. Instead of having to take that minor detrimental mutation, you don't need to take that, and you don't need to roll channel. Instead, you roll hack. The downside, the consequence of this is if you do fail, if you do roll a consequence, that or I should say a failure failure specifically would instill that minor detrimental mutation into the potion, the consumable, whatever you want to call it. So you're sort of passing the risk onto somebody else with a crafting potion.
Well, at least I don't have to deal with it then.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me your hack test.
All right.
You got this.
Okay, so that is a 3 on the soul die and a 7 on my crafting check. So works as intended, and I don't burn up my kit.
Correct. Yes. One of the main consequence for rolling a partial success or a failure is using up your entire crafting kit. For the crafting kit itself, I'm going to say for the course of this mini series, I don't think it's really going to matter what the supply die is. We'll give it a D8 supply die.
Sure.
Generally, pretty much any equipment, aside from like one-off consumables, is going to have a supply die. When you use an item, you roll the supply die. If you roll a 1, you decrement that die. So if Andrew rolls a 1 on this D8, it would go from a D8 to a D6, all the way down the line.
Got a 2.
Got a 2. Very close.
Too close.
All right. Your supply die remains at a D8. You still have plenty of uses left. The difference is some items, like the crafting kit, pretty much any kit that you may use, regardless of your supply die, if you roll a complication when using that kit, the usual complication is you use up the entire kit. Okay, so you have this... let me just jot that down in my own notes. What was it? It was flash and repeat?
Yes.
Flash and repeat potion. To make like strobe light orbs that you can throw up.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay.
Turn any combat encounter into a club.
So I still have my thunder aspect, but we're not going to use that one yet.
All right. Do you pass that potion off to somebody?
Yes, actually. I'm gonna, after I finish it, I'm gonna toss it to Tolan. Look, it's going to be weird, but if push comes to shove, drink that, and it could give you a chance to get away.
How?
Cholin, when you take this potion, describe what this consumable item you crafted looks like to everyone, Andrew. First off,
So I pull out. I have this this kind of brined puffball pouch, and I pull out like a little. It basically like think like vial essentially, and then as I focus on distilling the pure essence that is kind of like within my body, it almost becomes this. This one is almost like a very thin, almost like greenish liquid. But you can almost like as you like if you hold it up, there are like little like bursts of light going on the inside. They're very like it's self-contained within the container, um, but like it's just these very small flashes, and you have to look very hard to be able to see it.
very nice. So you grab this vial of weird flashing liquid, and you notice very dimly that that green band around your armlet just begins to pulse, just very briefly.
It did that before too, right? Last episode.
Yes, it did that one other time when some sort of magicka. It happened while you were using your detect
Right,
life, I believe. Yeah.
right. Okay. Ha- and he's not going to notice it right away, but he holds up the vial in the hand that it's on, so it's pretty apparent. But how would it? How does it? What would it do?
Well, basically, you consume it, and then the aspects of essence that I've distilled into it kind of awaken within your person. Um, I don't know how well, like Defaleria can channel essence in her body with no chance of harm. I've basically given you the ability to do that yourself because we don't know how in tune with essence you are, and I figured this might be a way to protect yourself a little bit. If it works the way that I think it's going to work, basically you're going to have flashing balls of light around you that you can use to temporarily find an opponent and make sure that you can get away safely.
When I was down in the Haven, next to the list of names of everyone there were numbers marked
Mm.
under a column called Essence. And there were different numbers for everyone, decimals. But for me, it was 0.001. I don't know if that's going to affect this. I don't know. I don't know what that means, but I can assume it has something to do with my ability. My. I don't know if it's my body's ability to connect with or utilize, or I don't know. I don't know, but I'll keep it, but I can't promise that it will work.
You can't help but be exposed and connected to essence. It seems as though whatever this number was less than a full part, but it's you're outside, it's everywhere.
It just sometimes trying to take that in and trying to use it through your body can have effects. I recall when Dathleria really first unleashed her abilities with Essence. It's how she got her. What's a kind way to say your fuzzy tentacles?
My my extra appendages, I don't know. That
It's how
sounds weird.
it's how she was granted her excess. You notice that we sure look like family, but you notice that she's a little different. Channeling essence can be dangerous and it can affect your body. She doesn't have that problem anymore, but for most of us, we do. What I've given you should be safe.
So using essence is what changes you.
Sometimes it's could just be the passage of time. But yes, if you make a concerted effort to try and use essence to bend it, to change things, you are susceptible to changing yourself as well.
Wonder if that's what happened to Nathan.
Who's Nathan?
We should probably get moving. Colin's gonna start walking in the direction of
All right.
as best as he can figure out of the town.
Perfect. Yes, I never want to interrupt fantastic roleplay. Okay, so with that, you can make your way out of this tree line and back towards Harvest. It took Cooper an hour to create this strange flashing potion. And in that time, Harvest has quieted down again. The fire very quickly receded, faster than a fire would go out on its own, so it's likely somebody put it out. You have not heard the roaring thunder of any more of these strange flying chairs, and you have not seen any more GENESTARs, you have not seen any more explosions. So I will say, because there is no complication to failure, I'm not going to make you roll for a stealth check. You stay low. It is the middle of the night. You are not wearing bright white. I mean, Talon has a white shirt on, but you stay low and travel through what is left of Harvest's many acres of farmland on its outskirts and make your way back towards Harvest itself. I imagine you stick to the fields, stick to the outside rim of houses around Harvest, looking down some of the streets and byways to try to see what's going on. Probably circle around a good half of Harvest before you go in, and you see no sign of the GENESTARs. You can hear the din of conversation further down into the town itself. You see no more fires. You don't see people running scared all over the place. But you do hear this clink, clink, clunk, 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 clunk. Also further within Harvest.
Are there people around? Have they returned back to farming?
As you, it is the middle of the night, or approaching dawn. As you begin to feel comfortable enough that it is no longer currently actively under attack, you can begin creeping into the town itself, and you do start to see people dispersing. Talon, Drake.
I'm gonna just Talon very, very slowly and carefully sort of pulls out the pistol and is keeping it by their side. I need you to tell me if we see anyone, if they're good people or bad people,
Well,
because it's very.
the bad people are the little ones that are wearing stark white. If they're not wearing stark white and are about your size, they're good people.
Okay.
At about this time, you turn down one of these streets, slowly making your way into Harvest, and you see what looks like, at least to Talon, the body of a large farming tractor, but it's being supported by 10 large mechanical spider-like legs that are clunk, 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 and on top of this, riding majestically on this giant mechanical spider tractor, you see Tonk, the Great Reclaimer. Tonk is this small man, at least compared to the other residents of Harvest. He stands maybe about 5'8" or so, rather lithe in frame. He has these real small little legs, but these massive gorilla-like arms. However, those arms look like they are made of hefty tree branches. They are covered in bark and little branches that stick out. he has two forearms that sprout from his elbows, and each one of them is attached to a lever that is moving in time with the spider-like limbs of this machine. Tonk, riding on top, has these two goat-like horns, and he has a set of bright red goggles on his face, and another set of goggles up on top of his head, and another set of goggles down around his neck. He is adorned with various bits of metal scrap that he's accented his, again, rather piecemeal clothing with, and he's wearing this very tattered and dirtied scarf around his mouth as this strange machine comes clunking down the street, every now and then spewing out just a little bit of black smoke.
Talon immediately just falls on their ass. And it's like looking over at the two of them to double check that this isn't a problem.
I'm gonna start like waving my arm to try to get his attention.
What did Tonk build?
I don't know, but this is fascinating. I need to see this.
Oh dear.
Tonk's been working on a secret project, Cooper, for a while now. He's kind of kept it off to one shed. You weren't supposed to look in there. You probably took a peek every now and then. It was covered in a lot of tarps, but you probably saw one of these big mechanical like spider legs sticking out of the tarp once.
I mean, I make fun, but I am so relieved Tonk was able to presumably scare away the GENESTARs and save Harvest. Like, what a hero.
My hero. Tonk is my idol.
That's Tonk.
Yeah, that's Tonk. That's my mentor.
Oh, okay.
I will reach down and help Talon back up onto their feet.
There's a moment of trepidation before they take your offered assistance, but eventually he does and gets back up and almost reluctantly puts the pistol away.
As you're doing so, and Cooper, you're waving Tonk and his large mechanical monstrosity over to you. Tonk stands up astride this large spider tractor and points one of his big tree branch double-handed arms over in your direction, Tolan, and he shouts out, "GENESTAR scum, you release the Starwards now! They are the noble, they are the crust of this community, and you will leave this place!
What?
The Great Reclaimer demands it!"
No. Tonk, not GENESTAR.
Cooper, my boy, you are in grave danger!
I've spent most of we've spent half a day with this one. That they're not. No, this is a different one.
Vile knight, you hold our people for more than a day! I will not have it!
Love him so much.
Definitely top tier character.
He takes those red goggles down and he pulls the other one down over his head. They start glowing green.
Sometimes your goggles need goggles.
It's important.
Nope.
I look over at Deflaria and I'm like, help? Please?
I don't know if Tonk will hurt you. Just stand next to us.
Oh, good. At least it's not that he'll definitely hurt me. That's
He
something,
seems a
I
little
guess.
more fired up than usual.
I'm gonna look back at Talon. Look, his bark is worse than his bite. He's a big old softy.
Okay.
Look, Tonk.
Quick, Starwards, while he is distracted!
Tonk, he's with us. He wants to help us.
Hi.
They're good ones. Look,
He takes the other set of goggles and puts them on top of the other goggles.
Tonk,
What
on my name as a Starward, this one is fine.
Why is he wearing so many sets of goggles?
It's his thing. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You make good friends, Tiny Smooth Skin.
Yup.
Yep, they're weird, but they're good weird. They belong with us.
If
I'm the weird
I
one.
learn
Right. Yes.
that you have corrupted the Star Words with your strange alien presence,
We're not.
I have my many eyes on you, little one.
We're not
Why-
corrupted, Tonk. But please, did you scare off the GENESTARs all by yourself?
He stands up and puffs up his tiny little chest and wraps his forearms together. I sure did, my lady. I've driven the vile knights from our lands, and they shall not return on my honor.
How did you do it? Also, is this what you've been working on? Is this a secret project?
Yes. I call her Big Bessie.
It's a very fitting name. Very fitting name. You did.
Those strange flying chairs, they make good kindling, my boy.
Did you blow
Oh,
up
so
the
you
hoverboard?
caused the
Yes.
So very proud of himself.
as he should be. I mean, he's saved.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the player characters ran away.
You can see Tonk has this. He normally has this kind of like blue pinkish mohawk that kind of like goes down into a ponytail on his back. But you can see his whole face is like covered in soot. Like he takes goggles off and he just has this like pale green skin patch around his eyes, and everything else is just soot covered, and his hair is blasted back.
Well, Tonk, it's great to see you. I'm very glad that you made it out okay, and it seems like you've scared them off. This is Talon. Talon, this is Tonk.
Hi. Hello.
Did they take people with them? We were in the forest, and we thought that we saw somebody being taken.
Yes, my boy. They made haste away with some of our best people.
Well, who do they take?
Well, they did make off with Lily and her uncle. He put up a good fight. A few other folks from town. They were picking through us like crops. I was not quick enough.
You did more than we did. We went to go and get help, but I don't know if Gronmal has done well with the GENESTAR Knights.
Granmal, perfect. Perfect idea. Bessie and I will ride to Granmal with post-haste.
Is Gronmal more advanced than you are here?
Well, it's the area trading post. I've only been maybe once, maybe twice. It's quite a ways away, but I think if anybody would have the means of fighting them, it would be a Grandma.
Tonk starts pulling all kinds of levers and rotating this giant spider tractor around.
If they're not well equipped, the sort of technology that it looks like they're dealing with is unlike anything that you've seen before.
Well, it's been a day for all of us.
I don't want your friend to be walking into a more dangerous situation if they've already taken or been through or are still at Granmal.
The Great Reclaimer does not merely walk anywhere, smooth skin weirdo. Bessie and I shall stride triumphantly into Granmall.
Well, then I wouldn't want you to stride triumphantly into a more dangerous situation.
I think in this situation, I do actually agree with Tolan. Tonk, you protected the town. We're going to need you to continue to protect the town. Perhaps it would be better if people went to scout first, and then call upon you if needed.
Leans down on some part of this tractor, and both of his hands on one side of his arms scratch at different points on either side of his face. Yes, I have been and shall always be the protector of harvest. You make a fine point, my lady. This is why you shall make a great leader once the harvest comes again.
Yep, great idea, Daffleria. It was, yep, good job.
Well, I think that we should try to rest up tonight. It has been a very long day. I think we should probably try to take account of some of our people. And I'm gonna go over to Daffleria and just put a hand on her shoulder. You might want to try reassuring you. You're one of our seers. They'll listen to you.
Yes. Come morning, I'll have a speech for them.
Okay. In the meantime, I think maybe we should try to camp out at State. Maybe we can salvage some things, and then maybe we can get on after we speak with some people in the morning.
Cooper, I know I tried to give you reassurances earlier, but we'll find Lily.
I really hope so. I really hope that she's okay. That's if they hurt her, I will find some way to make them pay.
Still don't think they mean to hurt us. Their methods are strange, but I have to hold on to that hope.
Likewise. I'm gonna look up at Tonk. Tonk, it's been a long day. I'm sure that you're more than aware of everything. We really need to rest. We've only gotten a couple of hours of sleep. But I I am very proud of you to be my mentor, and I'm very glad of everything that you've taught me. Hopefully when I go to help get Lily back, hopefully that can come in handy.
Yes, a brave knight of your own you are, my boy, on a quest to save a fair princess, like the tales of old. You shall make a fine hero.
I'm just gonna blush so hard and just kind of like face in hands kind of thing, and just blush and walk away.
Come, I will show you the spoils of our little war here.
Great, I can't wait to see it.
And Tonk will lead you striding atop Big Bessie, the large mechanical spider tractor, further into town. And yes, you see that there is half of one of these strange hover chairs and a whole bunch of burnt scraps laying about the side of one of the buildings in kind of the central square of Harvest, a shop of some other sorts that caught, unfortunately, the brunt of this bike's explosion. And there's a number of people that are still there comforting each other, others that have kind of taken, they're kind of taking the buildings at this center part of town and just staying in them momentarily. Nobody really seems all that interested in going further out into further out of Harvest to their own homes, or further into the fields where some of their farmhouses or estates may be. Everyone's still kind of they're shell shocked here. Really, you can see it in the people, definitely, or you can see it in the people. They are afraid. Some of the people have been killed. Some of the people have been taken. It wasn't just Daffleria and her uncle. You saw at least 2 or 3 other people who were taken away on those hover bikes. So everyone's kind of hunkering down here in Harvest Town Square, and You can kind of wave Tonk off. You are tired, you are exhausted, everybody is, everyone needs their sleep, and you can deal with all of this in the morning.
Provided our estate is still in one piece, I assume we have somewhere for Tullen to rest for the evening.
Sure, yeah.
Is it like a shared quarters, or are we each like in a different space?
The way we had talked about the estate being before was like several buildings on a plot of land. So there would be a house for me, there's a house for Cooper, there's probably a house for our parents. Or was.
Would you want
have
to
we
split
discussed
up
whether
over multiple acres of your farmland estate?
it might be better to find like a collective one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I
have
agree.
you have that small townhome in Harvest. That's where you went and you grabbed the stuff around the shed. It's probably not far from the center of town too, like prime real estate.
Hmm. Okay,
You could
that's
go
a
there.
good idea.
Yeah, it's
we'll
just
head
this
there.
small little manor townhome that you can set up. Daffleria, Cooper, you have your own rooms. There's your parents' room in there as well. Just general house, a big house for the area. You do learn that your parents are okay.
That's
They're
good.
there. They're actually, I would say, your father has probably stayed out around the town talking to people, comforting people. He's one of your family, the Starwards, have been one of the big leaders of the community. Both of your parents are probably tending to people in town, helping with any wounds, helping get clean water and food for everybody, helping just calm them down. So you have your little townhome to yourself.
When by the time they arrive, Tallinn has pulled out the jug of Haven moonshine. It's just sort of holding onto it for now.
Okay. We'll say you all find your way to sleep for the evening. And again, go back to that very tentative, light sleep that you get after a crisis. And in the morning, waking up shortly after sunrise, you again only get a few short hours. You might sleep in a bit, but you're used to waking up just after dawn, or some points just before dawn, to get the harvest in. You sleep in a little bit, but eventually the sun peeks in through the shutters and wakes you up. And you can make your way back out to town. Let me also, while we are here, it is dawn. This is when we all get new aspects. Every morning, everybody gets aspects. So at this time, does anyone want to discard any unwanted cards? Any unwanted aspects?
Nope.
All right. Tallinn, did I give you any aspects last time?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had two, I believe. One was egg, which I traded in for sense life, and I believe the other one was scald.
Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah. Do keep track of those for me.
Yeah, I had it written down. I just cannot find where I put that
Cool.
particular piece.
Yeah, I have my own discard pile going. So I will shuffle in the cards that you have used last time, shuffle the deck a bit, and hand out some new aspects. I love games that use non-traditional, non-Vancian magic systems. I love keyword magic systems, and the introduction of using a playing card deck to get those keywords is a great idea in my mind. It just adds another little prop that you get to use, another little fidget spinner like thing that you get to use. You have dice that you can throw, but you also have cards that you can play with. So, Tallinn, you get one card, one aspect per dawn, right?
Yep.
You are going to get the Two of Diamonds. You can follow along on page 19 of the player's guide, the Two of Diamonds. That is time and space magic. This one, Pulse.
Cool.
Cooper, you get one as well?
I get one today.
right.
I have the essence aspect. I did roll my d6. I got a 4. If I got a 6, I would have gotten 2 aspects instead.
Right. Yes. There are some traits and talents that can be talents, I believe, that can be used to get extra aspects. You will get the 3 of diamonds. Also, time and space magic, of course. This one, Vortex. And Death Lyria, you get 2 per day.
Yes, because I'm a seer, I have the attune talent, which gives me 2 a day.
Awesome. You are going to get the 7 of spades, primal magic, that is burn.
Okay.
And the 10 of spades, which is flood.
Oh, I hope you're all ready for the burn flood.
Oh boy.
That sounds like lava.
Fire tsunami.
Yep.
When how do I make a thunder vortex?
Yeah. There you go.
When everyone awakens, I would like Talon to just sort of be sitting outside,
Okay.
just sort of be looking off at everything, and still sort of cradling the jug, just sort of lost in it.
When you wake
Oh.
up, at some point, you may notice that essence meter on your armband has gone up to 0.03.
Well, they said it was unavoidable. Maybe I'll get some extra arms. It'd be something useful. Wouldn't that be something?
But you gather together in the morning and can make your way further into town. Cooper, I would imagine that you would seek out Tonk and want to talk to him
Absolutely.
about what happened the day before. He said there were spoils of this little war that they had here that you might want to look at. He has things for you to tend to. Daffaliria, it was posited that you might want to speak to the people.
Mm-hmm. Though I can't ignore the fact that, like when I wake up and I see Tullen cradling the bottle and just staring off into nothingness, I know that the people of Harvest aren't the only people I need to be speaking to today. And I'll actually pose an invite and say, Tullen, I have to go and try to raise the spirits of the people today because of what has happened. You're welcome to come with me, and perhaps you can see for yourself that it might be a little difficult at first, but you will be welcome here in time. If there is something that's troubling you, my ears are open. Feel free to use them. It can't be easy waking up after so long in such a strange place.
I thank you for the offer, and maybe there will come a point where we can talk a bit more. But you know what? I think I will come with you. I have to start figuring things out eventually. No time like the present, right?
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Yes, we will, for the sake of brevity, and you guys can hop in at any point if you have any more fantastic roleplay you want to throw out. But you can all split up about town and take the first half of the day tending to your own things. Tolan, you definitely get gasps and stares as you move about. Whispers of GENESTAR, of these strange, short, smooth skin beings. a few people make minor bits of aggression towards you, casting blame, sneering at you. Daffleria doing the best you can to calm the spirits down, you know, direct any hostility away from Tollin. He was not here during this crisis. He was off about. Coming out of the ancient iron caves of the ancestors. And Deathleer, you can spend the day talking with people, calming people down, listening to the stories of what has happened, trying to formulate some sort of timeline of what happened. And Cooper, you can follow Tonk about getting his own perspective, which is different, and looking over the scraps of some of the old world tech that the Genestars brought in, the scraps of the hover bike. There's bits and pieces of various like armor pieces, but they're real smooth and shiny, kind of like really large bug carapace, but it's there's no striations or anything to it. It's just these weird flat, like glossy bone, maybe. You're not sure. I'm describing plastic. Or like ceramic plastic polymer armor or something like that. Stormtrooper armor. And looking over the remains of the few Genestars who were caught in the blast, not all of them survived and escaped. Of which, Cooper, I will point out, you go through their strange adornments and the strange tech that they have. You pull off one of the face masks. You move some of the scraps of torn fabric away and burn marks upon them, and you realize they're not entirely like Tollin. You can see underneath, previously they were fully clothed from head to toe. Masks, thick leathers, and these weird, like, carapace bone armor things, gloves that they have. They showed no skin other than that one individual who took his mask off just long enough to eat that piece of fruit that Daffaleria offered him in order to escape. But you see on their body now that they are covered in scars all over the
Oh,
place. You can see where it looks, and some of those scars are large, not from cuts or scrapes or burns. It looks like perhaps pieces of them were removed. For the audience who may have a better understanding of modern medical technology, pieces of them that were removed, skin grafts that were placed over them. Even perhaps you can see some of their eyes are strange, glossed over a little bit, but generally mostly normal human. To clarify for the audience, though I'm not sure the people of Harvest would understand this, Tollin, maybe when he's brought over to look at all of this, it looks like these Genestars may have had some mutations of their own and have been very extensively, invasively corrected.
And after a day of emotionally exhausting parading around, being thrown what at first seems like reasonable scorn and disdain, this is a heavy moment for Tallinn. And there's just a moment of almost silent heartbreak, and they just sort of excuse themselves to wherever they could see to go to not be here right now.
Somewhere nearby. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd imagine at this point, you've all come together with Tonk to look over the spoils of this little war. Cooper and Daffleria, you are looking over this, and Talon, you turn and just walk to one of the nearby corners of a building and slump down to the ground.
And their face just sort of is buried in their hands, and though it may not be readily apparent, they're just silent sobbing.
The other two of you, looking amongst all of this gear, most of which is scraps and not immediately inherently useful. Tonk, Cooper, you may eventually, these may be prized pieces of scrap that you can use in some sort of creation that you tinker with at some point, but not right now. Among their other possessions, you do find basically what looks like a small manifesto of some sort, a very small book, a few loose pages that have been bound together. That's basically the GENESTAR manifesto. And generally, it's a manifesto calling for the protection and sanctity of pure, original, unmutated humanity, unadulterated by the mutations of essence, the restoration of our true form, the rebirth of humanity. You also find notes referencing a few names that you are slowly starting to recognize. Subject 24, the GENESTARS, looking for a haven. It's not written in any old world modern vocabulary that Tulin would understand. It's written in modern contemporary vocabulary to Tulin and not Tulin, to Cooper and Daffleria. It's written as if the GENESTARS are not corporate soldiers. They are the GENESTAR Knights. They are not the corporate. They are not the GENESTAR Bioindustries police. They are GENESTAR Knights. They refer to their castle and shrines of the ancient GENESTARS. And an ancient holy order that is the GENESTAR Knights, formed to protect humanity despite the ravages of essence and the growing mutations, the mutants that now run wild through the world. The GENESTAR Knights have been formed. They are basically Templars of a genetically pure human order. Looking for Subject 24 as the chosen, the template, all that remains of a pure human. Subject 24 will be the rebirth of humanity.
For a set of people, a faction of people that happen to have such wonderful things from the ancient days, that they know how to make these operate and run. They have some very backwards thinking.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they would do this to their own people because they see that they've been adapting to the way that things are. I
The suffering these people must have endured just so they could cling on to this past.
I
That's something we did very well. Sort of the trademark of our species, if you would.
But Tolan,
Clinging.
wait, are you?
That depends on who you ask, right? At what point are you something else? At this point, maybe even just something better.
well, we don't have any real way of knowing that, but I can tell you that the way that these GENESTAR Knights act is wrong.
Yeah.
And I have to say that they have taken the person that I love, and now I'm afraid of what they are going to them. If this is what they do to their own, only imagine what horrors might be in store for our people.
Colin, would you like to look through some of these notes more specifically with knowledge that the other two won't have?
Yeah. Yeah, after a minute or two of this back and forth, I sort of stand up and I just dust off whatever, and I come over and I'll try looking through it. Could I do like a research? Would that be a research?
Yeah.
I would like to do that. I have ancient knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Let me potentially bump this up an extra die.
Yes.
I'd be rolling a d10. I keep waiting for it to just fall out on me because I've had pretty decent roll.
Yeah.
Not yet. That's an 8.
Okay. Yeah, you can see, as I said before, it's written mostly in contemporary parlance. Very medieval-like understanding of who they are and what they're doing. They are on a holy quest. But they do reference genetically pure. They do reference simulations and experimental projections, essence calculations. It's written in a very, very archaic means, sporadically placed modern technological vocabulary. And through this, you get that, yeah, Subject 24, presumably you will be the genetic template for some recreation of humanity. But they're also gathering people to better understand what the Essence has done and how to better fix themselves, correct themselves. The Essence has done something to these mutants, has changed their genetics in some way, in some vague understanding of genetics that they still have. They are taking people who exhibit very specific mutations, very specific Essence readings, so that they can understand them and how to correct it.
I think
You
we should
also,
start. Oh, sorry about that.
sorry, I pause.
Oh, all good, all good.
You also eventually, looking through this, uh, you realize there is evidence in these notes that they did come from a haven like you, eventually. But it is written as if this was actually a generational haven, and that haven grew over time to be this GENESTAR order, or at least those who survived, those who have come out into the world like this are the GENESTAR Knights, the GENESTAR Holy Genetic Order. But they also reference a few other places. They, of course, reference they do reference GENESTAR Corporation, which you would know as the GeneStar Bioindustries Corporation, but they reference it as if a place, as if corporation is the title of a place. The GeneStar Corporation, the corporation of GeneStar. They do also reference an observation post in the mountains. A forward research base of sorts that they believe used to house some of the ancient holy texts of the first of the GeneStars, and power sources to ensure that their ancient technologies can function at peak performance once again. So they have sent some of their knights, some of their scouts out to collect people, but they've also sent some of their knights to find this outpost up atop the mountains. And they've learned of a place called Updraft that they believe is the nearest, easiest route to get to this outpost. And you learn that this outpost was likely like a small weather station that may have, before the calamity, been procured by GeneStar and modified in some way for their own purposes. You don't have a location of the corporate, the GeneStar corporate. You have a vague idea it's probably back in that city that you're familiar with, but at this point, the ruins of that city are massive. But you do have a vague location of this outpost. And Updraft is a location that the other two are certainly familiar with.
So as I'm reading through it, this moment of just again almost wry laughter. Great. They're idiots. Most zealots are stupid. It's not surprising, but and then I relay everything as I come across it. I suggest that whatever it is that we're going to do, we do quickly. Because if they've taken people you care about, they've done so for a reason. Won't be good.
I agree. I do not want our people to suffer, but I also don't want them to suffer. And they are, I don't know, perhaps there's an alternative for them.
Maybe, but they're chasing a dream that doesn't exist. That was a pretty powerful tool back in my time. Getting people to chase things like that. convincing them that you had to be or do a certain way, or you were less than. It'd take a lot to convince them otherwise. And we have to be prepared for the possibility that that's not going to be an option.
I kind of look down at the people from the fight and all of their scars, and I say, something tells me that some of them may be willing to just go to an environment where they can accept who they are.
Be nice.
So what's our immediate plan then?
Right
Well-
now, all I can think of is we need to have a small group head to Grand Mall, see what's happening, and where we can go from there.
I think we need to start planning our way to updraft. We don't know where their headquarters is, but we know where some of their people are going. We can get there, not even first, but if we can get there, we might be able to figure out what to do next.
We might be able to access the updraft through the shrine. It'd be faster to travel if we got there. But we'd also need something to glide on those. I don't have any wings, unfortunately.
I'm so sorry. So what exactly is up? I was under the assumption it was just another town. What is?
No, it's an air current that does not change. It's like a river in the sky that we use to transport sometimes.
There is a town of Updraft at the base of the
Mm.
Updraft.
Well, I've
And-
always wanted to see it.
Either that or sit around here waiting to hear back.
Doesn't seem
I-
like an option.
I would much rather be proactive.
Well, the sooner we deal with this, the sooner I can get back to where I need to be.
Well, I think if you help us with this, we will help you with that.
Yeah. And Talon puts out a hand.
I'll take it.
Is this an all for one thing? Oh, we're shaking. Okay.
Good to know some things last.
Another one of those gestures that have survived over the centuries, millennia. Yeah. Grasp your
Well, I
hand
guess
and you...
that's more believable than an entire language, right?
Yeah. Okay. I think this is a good place for a break. We found a lot of good information. You have an idea of where you are heading next. And if this was a much larger campaign, if we had the time to do it, we would play through the entire journey from Harvest to Updraft, which would take probably about a good week and a half, 2 weeks of travel and encounters and other cool things that could happen, other locales you meet along the way. But because we only have 3 episodes remaining, or at this point 2.5, we are going to pick up after the break with a short recap of the journey, a little explanation of what that journey could entail for a larger campaign, and we'll pick up mostly at the Updraft and see where things go from there. So we're going to take a quick break. We've had a lot of fantastic roleplay today. I know I needed to budget extra time today for all of you guys to trauma bond together, as you're calling it, and figure out where you're going and what to do. I hope that has been fun for all of you guys. You seemed really interested in the roleplay you were doing, so I had no intention of stopping that at any point. And I hope that was interesting, engaging for our audience members. I love roleplay. That's the whole point of doing a collaborative story game like this. But we will be picking up after the break with potentially some more action, I'm sure, because you are following in the footsteps, following the path of the GENESTAR Knights, trying to figure out what they are doing and, more importantly, where they are. So we're going to take about 8 minutes or so, get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do, and be sure to check back for the second half of Episode 2, Lost Eons, GENESTAR. Do go somewhere, do what you need to do, but be sure to come back. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hello and welcome back, or I should say, we are now back for the second half of episode 2 for Lost Eons GENESTAR. Yes, very roleplay heavy first half of this episode, but it has been great roleplay. So much backstory and bonding and feels we've had so far, and the triumphant climactic appearance of Tonk, the Great Reclaimer. And now, of course, with Harvest rid of the GENESTAR Knights, at least for now, the party has gathered information. They have a little bit better understanding of what the GENESTARs are after, seeking Subject 24, who is presumably Tolan here, who has been risen to the level of practically a religious icon. You are a prophet, a bringer of a genetically pure human future, the legs of which have not been seen since the Great Upheaval.
Yikes.
Yeah, big yikes.
They found reference to an ancient outpost up among the peaks of the snowy mountains that sort of surround this forested valley that they live in. And a reference to the town of Updraft, the little village of Updraft, which sits at the base of this magical air current, described quite well by Daffleria as basically a river in the sky that leads from this quaint little town of Updraft up into the mountains, and presumably from there a short hike to whatever ancient outpost this may be. Tolan recognizing it as likely a refitted weather station, very small observation building up there. But that seems to be a place of importance for the GENESTARs, seeking old technology to help bolster what remains of theirs, and presumably backups of ancient holy texts, likely data and simulations and genetic research and whatnot. So, let's start off with a brief overview of the journey. Like I said before the break, if this were a longer format campaign, we would play through the entire journey, or much of the journey between Harvest to Grand Mall, the trading outpost, one of the main prosperous hubs of this area, and then up again towards the little town of Updraft. Unfortunately, we only have 2.5 episodes left, so we're not going to be playing through a 2-week journey. If we were, however, there are a lot of great tools in the GM's guide to help facilitate that, so you don't need to plan out every little minute aspect of every day. There's a really short, concise explanation of guidelines that you can use on page 8 of the GM's guide, tools for play that involve traveling, time, and mapping that allow you to create maps of varying sizes, whether they be an overworld map like we're working with here, much more zoomed in regional map, an actual dungeon map or town map that you can create. And the way this would normally work, if you were so inclined to make a sort of procedurally generated set of tasks, set of days, procedurally generated adventure, as opposed to something pre-prepared, you could use these outlines here. And it basically involves a sort of point crawl system that uses a traveling die and the understanding of journey time, and a journey die, I should say. So you would measure time in generally interviews of a few hours. The guideline is 2 hours. Generally, every 2 hours, every interval of journey time, you would roll a journey die. Generally, you get about 3 rolls per half day of travel. And the journey die can include anything from stumbling across creatures, which may have various dispositions. They may be aggressive, they may be friendly, they may simply be curious, they may be out in the distance. Not every creature needs to be a combat encounter. Other things like coming across dwellings, whether they be currently inhabited by the people of the intersection, the overworld, or ancient ruined shells, as we are calling them here. Things like traps or pitfalls. Maybe you find treasure somewhere, or you could draw from the Doom deck, which we might have to do at some point, because how can a good GM not use something called the Doom deck?
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be a miss.
Yeah. But we're not going to worry about that today. I might find some way to incorporate that next episode. Because the Doom deck, for a brief overview, that is on page 9 of the GM's Guide, the Doom deck basically has all of the big events that you would find in a pre-prepared game. Places with high essence that would create major beneficial or detrimental mutations, pieces of treasure that you may find along the way, big important creature encounters that you might find, remnants of havens, or reasons to create or progress a major clock, a major adventure clock, which is generally a tool that you can use to mark the progress of non-player character or faction objectives that may happen. And we're going to be coming to using an adventure clock shortly. But over the course of however many days you actually want to play out, you can roll upon this journey table every time you hit one of those intervals, and have short scenes. Like I said, not everything needs to be some drawn-out combat or big, giant, meaningful exploration. They provide a few simple keywords that you can use to throw out to the party, and just have a real brief scene showing what may happen over the course of a day. And then when you do come across something that you really want to dive into, if you come across a set of ruins or a dungeon or a swamp or anything that you might want to, at the moment, draw out into something more than just a short scene, there are means in these rules to turn it into an actual adventure, an actual dungeon, which drops down into adventure time, or the intense time taken exploring one of these abandoned areas or ancient areas, dangerous areas, marked in about intervals of 10 minutes or so, though that can vary with group and time threats and whatnot, which then uses encounter dice, very similar to journey die. It allows you to roll for various encounters, which again don't need to be combat encounters. They can be finding friendly creatures, or finding various resources, finding different trivialities and pieces of wonder, clues of things that are going on. There are a number of great tables that you can roll on to help with these procedurally generated adventures in the GM's Guide. All kinds of things, from creatures and complications, reactions, traps, treasures, dwellings, all kinds of stuff in the GM's Guide. But I have largely pre-prepared this campaign because we only have 4 episodes, so I already know what we are getting into. So we're going to gloss over all of that, but I figured I'd bring it up because it's an important tool that is presented in the rules of this game. So over the course of the next week and a half or so, we find our group, Cooper, Daffleria, and Tollin here, set out on this trek. From Harvest, past the Haven, where Tollin just the day before emerged from, along the rolling hills of red and green and purple grasses, past a large river, the main central river of this valley that we all live in, towards the main trading hub, a very large town, small city of Granmal. We're largely going to pass over Granmal, but what you see here is that, indeed, there are GENESTARs here. It's not a massive fantasy city. It's not a modern day, audience-wise, city. It's a large town, and it doesn't look like it's oppressed, violently so, as Harvest was. But you can see unlike Harvest, where there was half a dozen or so of these Genestars, you see now that there are Genestars around the perimeter of Grand Mall, or at least stationed along the roadway that comes in and out the main gates of this city, this town. I'd imagine that you don't go into Grand Mall, but skirt around it. You can see, however, the normal cheerful attitude, the normal bustle and din of this town, the major trading hub here. There's always sound, there's always noise of people shouting, various trade deals, large market set up where people can bring, sell, and barter various goods and services. Inns and entertainment venues of various kind. Grand Mall is mostly quiet. Mostly. There's people moving about, but there are also these Genestar Knights moving about. And it's not being violently oppressed, but it seems the Genestars are definitely a presence here that is suppressing the normal day-to-day life of Grand Mall. Moving past Grand Mall, you continue on the road further, getting past the rolling hills and plains that you are used to into sporadic forests of various kinds, all kinds of trees that are really strange to Tollin, and even that are unusual to even Daffleria, who is used to spending time with strange trees. Various multicolor, multi-shaped branches and leaves and fruit that are about. At one point, it looks like you see an entire forest that is slowly creeping across the plains. But you take a fork towards the north, pass another small branch of a river, and make your way to the small town of Updraft, which Cooper and Daffleria have only sort of heard in passing. Daffleria probably more so than Cooper, learning of tales of this place from travelers who have come from Grand Mall. It is a small town built around a monument of a horse, an air spirit, a protector of this sky river that takes people from the base of this forested mountain up in the air to the peak of the mountain, riding on what are basically miniature zeppelins. They're like cable cars, but they use these large balloons and fans that keep them aloft and glide upwards along this updraft. On your approach, you don't see any of these updraft cars moving, but you do approach this small town. Very quaint. For anyone who may be familiar, think of a small town located, say, at the base of like a small Swiss town at the base of the Alps. Are there any important key moments throughout this week and a half that you would like to detail? Anybody? I'm sure there's plenty of conversation had, more bonding, more backstory told. Unfortunately, we don't have a week and a half to sit and listen to all of this wonderful roleplay, but are there any key moments you would like to have along the journey?
I'm thinking that if, like, before we get to Grand Mall, I feel like we would probably want to try to disguise Tolan just in case. Just because, let's be honest, compared to the rest of us, they stand out a lot. If needed to, Cooper will cut off part of his beard and then we can just kind of like patch it onto his face.
Yay.
We've grown that out for a long time, so you better appreciate it.
I actually do like the idea of Daffleria making clothing, more appropriate clothing, other than like the manufactured white t-shirt that Tolan is wearing. So yeah, you get a new set of clothes. I imagine they're not as comfortable as the manufactured t-shirt. probably made from plant fibers and stuff, so it
Mm.
doesn't bend as nicely. But it's something,
Well,
and you blend in.
actually, there are plenty of clothes that you could take from your home estate that, with minor alterations, could fit the much smaller frame of Tolan.
Maybe
Uh,
something to be worn like a cloak.
sure.
Yeah.
In particular, your dad has an old shirt that is made out of. It's very similar to like the outside layer of a peach. It's kind of fuzzy like that. A very thin, fuzzy, very light flowing fabric. That like a wooden button up, uh, peach skin shirt that kind of shimmers a bit in the sunlight.
That's fancy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dad.
Now
I,
I've
I, I
got fur too.
I like creating fantasy fashion.
I will say though that like once like updraft is visible in the distance, I am going to be so ecstatic. Like this has been like the thing that Cooper has
Mhm.
wanted to see for probably at least a few years now. And as we get closer and closer, I'm going to be so much like kind of giddier with excitement.
It's a place that Defleria's always wanted to see too. So super excited.
Olin is not nearly as excited as the two of them are. I don't know if I'd use the term like despondent for the entire trip, but definitely closer to that than anything else.
Mhm.
Uh, After the first couple of days of travel, I mean, they'll make conversation wherever it comes up, but are not looking to start any. And probably here and there are willing to test the potency of the Haven moonshine.
All right.
And most nights, at least in the later hours of the nights, if either of them wake up, there's probably times where they've caught Talon just sort of sitting and talking to no one about what's going on and how they're trying.
I have a concern for Tolan.
As do I. I'm very curious. How would Tullen react seeing the sky spirit, the horse statue
Well, we're
as
gonna
we
get
pass
there.
it?
We're gonna get there.
Oh, I'm so
Actually, we're gonna
excited!
get
Can't wait.
there.
Oh,
Short anecdote. I imagine that this Haven Moonshine is some potent stuff. I had a high school chemistry teacher that I loved. She was a little crazy. She was very old. I have a lot of stories I could tell about her, but one of the thing is she distilled her own alcohol in her garage, and it was moonshine that would take that you could grease an engine with it. It was like 190 proof, just past like pure ethanol moonshine.
Oh
And she
God.
drank it like water.
oh my goodness. I, oh, yeah,
Anyway.
I've had some like garage made moonshine before that just feels like you're getting punched in
Yeah.
the throat.
Yep.
Oh,
I would like to
no.
cast Fireball inside your chest.
Yeah.
I didn't ask how big your chest was. I said I cast Fireball. Anyway, approaching this small, lower hills alpine town of Updraft, there's a familiarity to this area, to you, Tolan, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Everything's so different. You have no judgment of scale anymore. The topography has completely changed. There's no buildings for you to reference. All your points of interest are gone. But there's something familiar about this area. And you press into the town of Updraft, and you do notice you've heard Daffaleria most pointedly, but I'm sure you've told these tales to Cooper. That's why he's wanted to visit here. Updraft has always been a quaint but very friendly, very maybe not upbeat in the sense of like nightlife, but very artsy and welcoming. Music in the like street performers in the street, vendors out in their carts selling food of various kinds. Smells and music and laughter and conversation are supposed to be completely filling this small, quaint town. And it's not. Again, it's a very suppressed atmosphere here. There are people moving about, but they tend to move with purpose from one place to another. And there's probably a lot of people who are simply staying inside.
Do we see the GENESTAR Knight present in here at all? Are they what's oppressing them?
Not immediately. But you press further into town, and you notice two things. One, off towards the distance, the major road here forks further into sort of town central, and then forks towards the base of the updraft itself. Which is a means of transportation. It's a touristy area. There's not, from what you understand, there's not a lot of non-recreational, non-vacation reasons to go up the updraft. It's not like there's businesses or farming communities are up there. It's a very tourist area. So there's sort of like usually there would be this very tourist trap like setup around the ferry, the sky ferries that would go up, various booths that may sell again food created locally, local souvenirs, but there's no tourists here. There's no travelers here. The stalls are quiet. There's no smell of delicious roasted vegetables and mushrooms and what have you. There's no street performers out and about. You do see in the window of this small building, sort of the station for the ferries, you do see, walking between some of the windows, what looks to be a GENESTAR Knight, clad in their stark white uniform and face mask. You don't see them moving about the town, but they are definitely here, and they're definitely holding the updraft. You look down the other fork towards the center of town, and you see a majestic statue on top of a large square podium of a horse. A large, majestic marble horse that is looking up into the distance. You can definitely see the wear of time to it. All the details have been very dulled down, worn down through the passage of time, but you can make out generally the face. It does look like there is some sort of symbology on the side of the horse, maybe some sort of draping, decoration of some sort. Tolan, you know why this is familiar. That was a team mascot for a local sports ball team. That's like the local hockey team's mascot. That's not an air spirit. That's Zephyr, the ice hockey horse. For the local Zephyrs.
No.
Perfect.
I'm going to take a little bit of time to approach this statue of an air spirit, and I am going to spread a very brief prayer, and just in hopes that we can get there and we can get there safely.
Very nice.
Poland's gonna lean over, while Cooper's doing that to Daffleria and be like, what is he doing?
Praying to the air spirit.
That's the air spirit.
Yes.
You're fucking with me, right?
I'm not familiar with that term.
You're trying to make me feel ridiculous by suggesting something that can't possibly be true.
Goodness, no. No, I wouldn't lie to you about this. This is the air spirit. It watches over the updraft.
Colin just sort of watches for a moment, just looking, just with eye contact, looking deep.
I'm staring back at you, and then eventually I say, "What are we doing right now?"
Horses can't fly.
Horses?
That's a that's a horse. It's a horse. It's not even a real horse. It's uh,
Well, it looks
okay.
like it's about to take off into the air. Look-
That's
It's like up on its hind legs doing the, yeah, like it's about to take off.
there's a clear like internal struggle for a moment in Tolan. There is nothing that I could say to you right now that will be more meaningful than if I just stopped talking. I'm I'm just I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this very rare moment of my own sort of tranquility.
If that
I,
is your wish, Talon, I will not bother you.
I think we broke him a little bit. Forget waking up 8,000 years after everything else. This is the thing that broke it.
That's it. This is it.
Praying to
The
a
ice
hockey
hockey
mascot.
horse.
Yep.
Yeah, yep, the ice hockey horse. That's what did it. Done.
Make this moment even more perfect is if someone actually wandered out in like a homemade suit as an actual mascot.
Well, one
Or
of the
like
big
wearing the holy symbol that's the logo of the tea.
mhm. Well, it actually one of the big tourist products that they sell here are miniature shrines of this. You can bring home your own personal home shrine of the air spirit. They're just like miniature carvings of this statue.
Support your
I'm
local
gonna get
shrine.
one. I'm gonna get one.
There you
I
go.
have to do it now.
Could you pinch me one more time?
Sure. I'll reach over and give Talon a pinch.
Oh, that's exactly what I needed, but not what I hoped would happen. Thank you so much. Praise be the great sky horse.
There you go.
I'll come back with my little statue. Diphtheria, that you they sell little ones. I will cherish this forever, and I really hope that this is going to make sure that best of luck on our journeys forward.
They're like little personal idols that you can carry, like the size of a chest piece. The Romans used to do this. Soldiers would carry around a little pouch of various home idols. You can have a little sky horse, air spirit, little totem piece.
Well, hopefully they bring you more luck than did the Zephyrs.
Yeah, they
Sorry,
weren't a great team. They were-
Oh, that
I'm,
doesn't bode well.
I'm gonna look over at Diphtheria. What is he talking about? What are they talking about?
Talon says that this is a horse.
What's a horse?
That's what I said.
It's a sky spirit. Everyone knows this is a sky spirit.
Well, okay. I understand. You know,
Colin, I have to say, you are perhaps the strangest person I have ever met. I haven't met many people, but you are by far the.
every single time I meet someone new since waking up, that is exactly how I feel. But I'll make you a deal. If we get through all of this alive and can make a plan to help me with what I need help with, I will tell you a fantastic story about the first people to worship your sky spirit.
That sounds like it would be a fantastic story, and I look forward to being.
I also look forward to this.
And then Talon takes another sip from the jug.
People would come far and wide from across the valley here to gather at the great stadium, the great Colosseum of Zephyr the Skyhorse, and watch their holy warriors do battle with other ancient spirit warriors for pride and prestige.
Adorned in his colors, wielding only the most powerful weapons hewn of the strongest woods and fiberglasses.
I really just think that I just like how, like, of all the things that we have seen done, this is it. I think this is just women of snap.
Yep.
Yep.
That's it. And he was never sober again.
Yeah, I just imagine Tolan reaches down to this jug of 180 proof moonshine, loops it around his thumb, and just.
The amount that you've been drinking out of that actually has me a little concerned for you.
Back in my time, there was a term people would use for drinks like this called copium. And if I never understood before, I do now. But I promise to keep it at least reasonable enough that I will never be a burden.
Well, I think that is all that we ask.
And you are always welcome to join me if you'd like. Just take it slow.
Unlike what you're doing now.
I must say, the smell from that does not seem appealing. I much prefer the beverages we make in Harvest that have the fruity flavors to it.
It kind of smells like something that Tonk uses to clean machine parts.
I was just about to say that. I think we use that for like peeling paint, actually.
Oh, it would probably be very, very good at that, yes.
Perhaps that's something we can change once we get back to Harvest as well, is getting you something a little better to drink.
Absolutely. Well, we're here. I suppose we should try to find a way to get up the mountain then. I have to say that the GENESTARs being here does not bode. We'll have to continue trying to avoid them if possible.
But we knew they were going to come here. It was very unlikely we beat them here, especially with their means of transportation.
Perhaps we can find people sympathetic here. This place is much more downtrodden than I know it to be. Not that I've been here, but I'd heard this was a center for celebration and arts. The people do seem to be less artistic right now.
I would just like to start trying to like make my way through town and just see if I could like maybe find somebody that used to kind of like operate those kind of like cable car things. Maybe towards like the edge that's heading towards the updraft. Maybe just try to ask a few questions.
Sure. Yeah, you can ask around town. You have to knock on some doors, and people very tentatively come out and answer them some questions and point you to another home further down. And an older gentleman who's lived here all his life, probably generations of his people, pops his head out. And of course, when I say older gentlemen, I have to remind everybody that these are people who have mutated over the course of the century and possibly millennia. He comes out and he has these small, like, down feathers that dapple across his collarbones and down the side of his face, almost like mutton chops of feathers. He has this sort of glistening, almost like dolphin-like skin that comes down. His arms and legs are a little longer. He stands quite tall, but is actually fairly skinny, very beanstalk shaped. His big, wide, sort of multicolor eyes that sort of kaleidoscope as he looks about, leans down towards you. Yes, young man.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but not from around here. Just looking to try getting up the mountain.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend that. It's closed at the moment. I'm sorry you've wasted a trip. Perhaps you could come back in the next season.
Well, what? Why is it closed? I thought this was part of what Updraft did was to help people get into the mountains.
Oh, yes, normally so. I've operated the Updraft for most of my life, but sadly, I am taking some time off right now. It has been a quiet season, and we're simply unprepared to offer our hospitality.
Well, I don't think you understand. There's only 3 of us. We just need to make one trip. It is very important that we get.
I don't know if that will be possible right now.
That I'm gonna kind of push in and just lean in real close. Is it because of GENESTAR?
Leans back and his big eyes go wide. Just nods, sort of a gasp.
My sister and I and our traveling companion are here to stop. I can't guarantee that we can get them out, but we can slow them down.
Kind of
Perhaps.
reaches a long, spindly arm towards you and gently places a hand on your shoulder and just kind of gently, not pulls you, but motions to invite you inside.
Okay. I'm gonna look back at Defleria and Talon, and I'm gonna head inside.
The 3 of you can come inside. Talon goes past. You said you've disguised him in some way. What sort of features have you added to Talon? How have you disguised him?
Well, I mean, as I said, I cut off probably just try to find a way to strap attach that to his face. That's the best idea I've got.
Some tree sap or something that can hold it in place.
I like the idea of on his cloak or whatever, there's just some tree branches kind of sticking out whimsically.
Yeah, you're wearing very baggy clothing and you just kind of
through. I was saying maybe the branches are pushed through the cloak, so it looks like they're sprouting out of them.
There you go. Okay.
And I have a question. I'm sorry. Can I do a search or an analyze to look around as we go in to see if anyone's attention is on us specifically?
Yeah, that would be an analyze check.
Okay.
Specifically, search is basically perception, whereas analyze is more insight and investigation. So getting a read on the people around you and looking for the minute details to answer that question would be analyze.
Cool. Then I will make an analyze check to see if we are being scoped. That is a 4 on the skill die and a 1 on the soul die.
Okay. You still partial succeeded, so the 1 does not matter. That is a partial success, which is a success with a complication. Which is perfect. I love it. You look about.
That's why I wanted to do it. Yeah, I wanted to try and create this.
This is why I play with other GMs and creators. You look about and you do see that very traditional trope of suppressed, suspicious crowd. You see like the old woman across the street, like just peering out behind a curtain through the window. Somebody pushing a cart down the street, who's like looking back at the group as you go by. You don't see any GENESTARs immediately nearby. They're off at the ferry station, the updraft station, but you are clearly not from around here, and there's clearly not anybody else not from around here. It doesn't look... You can tell there's fear in their eyes, but it doesn't seem to be immediately directed towards you. Maybe more so like, why are you here? What do you have to do with this? Mixed with a little bit of, you need to get the hell out of here for your own sake. Like, just run sort of thing. And as you're looking around, you spend a little bit, you linger a little bit longer than the rest of us, the rest of the two, and the gentleman wanting to get this group of outsiders off the street in case somebody comes asking questions, reaches out and sort of pulls at you. And as he does so, you turn around, flinching probably because you're still very on edge in this world. And he brushes a hand against your face, and part of your beard just falls off.
Oh no!
And he stammers backwards, eyes wide open. You travel with one of them? He like
What?
closes the door on Tallinn real quickly.
Colin just
who
sort of
are
drops
you
their
are
head against the door.
you are I swear I do not I would not bring outsiders here for any purpose. You
He's not one of them. Please, can you let our traveling companion in?
he wears falsities. He looks
It is-
of them, but you know what they are.
That is our doing. We wanted him to be safe.
We're trying to protect him from them.
Colin outside is trying to very subtly sort of get the moss and the beard off the ground.
Oh no.
I
May we open this door and allow our friend in
Just-
to discuss this?
just please don't call any attention. Slowly opens the door back up, kind of like stands on the other side of it as he does.
Colin just kind of slips in.
Closes the door
Apologies.
quietly. We don't have much of value here.
I would tell you that I'm one of the good ones, but in my history, that generally doesn't bode very well. It is often a lie. There is likely nothing I can do to convince you otherwise, but I'm not
Do you
here
know why
to...
they're here? Why are your people doing this to us?
They're not my people. They are a people desperate to find a similarity with what once was my own, and are going about it in the worst possible way.
The truth is, dear sir, that they are us, we are them. Our friend Holland here, also one of us.
Well, you've not done any harm here, I suppose. Why are you here? Why do you want to go up the updraft? That's where they are. Where they went. They said the updraft here, us, we are now theirs in some way.
They took some of the people from Harvest, and we want to get those people back, as well as I'm sure Tolan here has some questions.
They did that here when they first came through.
We shouldn't linger here too long. There are a lot of people, a lot of eyes, and more worries.
I will say, for what it's worth, they can be driven. It is possible. Some of if they have equipment with them, it's old and it's sensitive. Just be prepared for it to make a mess.
They ride upon the winds. They throw fire from their arms. They speak with the volume of storms. How do we fight against this magic?
Well, if they let their guard down and if somebody can get close, it does not take much to destroy some of the what they ride. And let me tell you, the sound that they make when it happens can be heard from miles away. We witnessed that ourselves. We had somebody in our village stand up to them, and they fled.
Perhaps.
There are more of you here than there are of them.
Perhaps. That is not me. However, my bones are too old to be driving sacred warriors of some demon sort off of our lands.
Look, how about this? If you can get us up the updraft, maybe when we come back down, if they're still here, maybe I can tinker with one of their things. Maybe I can drive them off the way that my mentor drove them from Harvest.
I could talk to some people and see what we could do. The updraft is simple. The sky spirit ferries the people up the winds to the peak, mostly of its own volition, its own blessings upon us. You simply have to attach the guide rails and release the lock, and the car will float up the updraft on its own, mostly. Unless for some reason they've cut the lines. It could be dangerous if they'd done so, but very, very little guidance is needed for these things. I'd be concerned about getting to one of the ferries, however. There are a few of those little beasts hold up at the station. If you can drive them off or get past them, I can show you how to release the ferry.
Okay. I think that's a start.
I'll have to see what the station looks like, but I might have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Let's go, Zeus.
They went up a few days ago. A number of them, and left a few here, as you may have seen. If you are going up there, I know not of what has happened up at the blushing pools, but there are more up there, I'm sure. Here, I've built an old model of the station a ways back. I will show you how to release and maneuver the ferries. From there, you're on your own, though. I am too old for this.
You've given us more than enough aid. In fact, even getting us off the street is more than we could ask for. So thank you for that.
Indeed, thank you. I'm Daphiliria, by the way, and I introduce myself with a bit of a bow.
I'm Cooper.
Kanzen, my name. starts to speak of something else, but looks down, side eyes Tollin. If you are indeed here to do something about this problem, I would plead to you that you do it soon. I don't want to lose any more people.
We will do what we can.
He'll take you to one of the back rooms. You can see it looked like from the furnishings here that he used to live with somebody here, though you see no other person. There is more than enough room for two, and the furnishings of a womanly touch. He takes you back to a room where he set up a little scale model of the updraft, as if it were a little train set. That is a little model train set that has been set up. This is a model updraft set that has been created. Even with a little, there's a little guideline that he can move the miniature ferry up to, and he unhooks it from this contraption. Shows that it was actually built quite well down technically to scale. Shows you how to attach. There's just a hooking mechanism that hooks up to this large central cable that goes up to the top. A way to hook in and align these two large sails that are on the side of this kind of boat-like cable car-like box that you ride in, and how to unlock it from the station. And it's set up, again, like one of those Alpine cable car stations, which I've been fortunate enough to be on, so I don't know if anybody else has a reference to know what I'm talking about. But you go into, it's kind of like this H or U-shaped building. It's kind of like a train station. You go in on one side and you have people in a waiting room and a ticket booth and maybe some shops or something lined up there. And then you go into that central part and you get in the cable car that comes in and glides into kind of like a garage-like area, and then it gets sent out, and the people who come back down go onto the other side of the station to be let out. And that is where the GENESTARs have holed up. So to get access to the cable car, you do have to get into the building. From there, he escorts you back out to the front door, and just kind of pats Cooper and Daffleria on the back and kind of gives a tentative nod to Tollin. I've helped you all that I can. I wish you luck. Doing what you can. I'd like to be
Hopefully
rid
we
of
can
this.
bring back your missing as well.
That would be nice. Well,
I hope we haven't caused you any problems. Thank you for the opportunity to do what we came here to do.
opens up the
Without your
door
help.
just enough that you guys can scoot out, and he does, even while you're speaking, a little rude, but not like entirely cutting you off, but he's motioning you all out.
Now we'll get going.
Okay. You can make your way the short distance, past the few people who are on the streets, past a few watching eyes in the windows, to an area, on the outskirts of towards that fork. You can kind of lean against a building, maybe down one of the smaller streets, and look out towards the updraft station. How do you plan to get in there, gain access to the updraft?
I'm thinking we could use a distraction.
I'm wondering what the environment directly around this. I assume it's hills and probably some pretty rough winds.
Um,
I'm just wondering what the station looks like.
yeah, you're in the lowlands of the mountains here, so there's rolling fields. Not far from this is the forest that sweeps out from the beneath the mountain. So you would get on these cars and you would go up the updraft and you would have a great view of this entire expansive forest beneath you. But here there's a few rolling hills, very shallow hills. There's a small river to the side that connects to the main one that goes through Grand Mall. It is a little chillier here. You're at a little bit of a higher elevation, but not by much. And it is breezy here, but not tempestuous in any nature. It seems like most of the air current, most of the breezes actually sweep past you and up into the updraft.
Okay. How many GENESTAR Knights do we see in this area kind of guarding it?
Go ahead and make me a search roll. And if anyone would like to contribute a soul die to this, you can jump in as well.
I would like to do so. Actually, I have a question.
Mhm.
So the first time that it happened, it was sort of a impulse. So I don't know if there would be enough of a valid argument to be made for doing it here. But I was wondering if it would be something that I could do where I use my sense life to try and determine how many there are in the station. With the explanation of perhaps being one of those almost a moment of realization for Talon where he remembers what happened back when they all first met and sort of tries to look for whatever that strange almost extra perception
Mm-hmm.
in themselves was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say if you're specifically trying to call upon it, yeah, you can take some time and focus, and it'll work. Yeah.
I think I would like to do so.
So definitely that you won't be able to contribute your die to the search check because you're kind of doing your own thing. That is mechanically separate, but definitely, if you would still like to roll a search, you might get other information from this.
I rolled a 6 and a 1.
Okay, very good. Both sides of the spectrum there.
Exactly.
Awesome.
I was just like, well.
That's well, the one doesn't matter if you succeed. So we'll get there. Tollin, you need to contribute an aspect to use sense life.
I'm going to use my scald.
And actually, that does remind me, we passed over this. You traveled for a week and a half before getting here, so you should max out on your aspects.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
You can only have 7 aspects at a time, but this is a great way for me to give you extra cards that you can use to throw more spells out because I want to see more spells.
Cheese.
Yeah,
So-
I was gonna say all the
I
more
need
opportunities to get that
Exactly.
cheese potion.
Andrew, how many cards do you have?
At the moment, I only have 2.
You only have 2, so I will draw
Yeah.
5 more for you.
All right.
Get that cheese potion.
Well, get it.
Okay, again, page 19 of the player's guide.
Can we swap aspects?
You can grant other people aspects. Yeah, you can trade.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
And normally you would be able to discard at each dawn and then get some back, but so we don't spend half an hour just playing day by day, discarding and fishing for different cards. I'm just gonna hand some out.
Okay.
So Andrew, you get the King of Spades, which is Grow. The 10 of Hearts, which is Spurt. The King of Hearts, which is savage. The 4 of diamonds, which is bore, B-O-R-E. And the 4 of spades, which is smoke. No cheese just yet.
Yet. Somebody's
Give
getting
it time.
Somebody's getting cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going through a lot of cards.
We're going through a lot of cards. Daphleria, how many do you have?
I need 1 drawn for me because I have
One more.
6.
You get the 6 of clubs, which is decay.
Oh my.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
And Tullin.
I have 2, so
You need 5 more.
we max out at 7,
7,
right?
yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What do we got? Oh, that might be... you have the Jack of Clubs, interestingly
so
enough,
close.
which you've previously have, I believe. You get egg back.
Yeah.
When you used it, it was shuffled back into the deck. You get egg back.
Can't escape it.
The 6 of spades, which is swamp. 3 of clubs, which is evolve. The 5 of hearts, which is wither. And the 9 of clubs, which is weave. No cheese. That elusive cheese aspect. We've gone through like half the deck. Cheese is coming up.
You just got to stick a couple more Queen of Clubs in the deck.
Yeah, I got to go through my other decks and just start loading in extra cheese cards. But you have egg. I want to see somebody like I want to get egg and cheese and sprout together, and we can just make an omelet or something.
Perfect.
Amazing, yes.
Yeah, with weave. You throw weave in
Yeah,
there and
yeah.
you just bring them all together.
It'd be like casting Heroes Feast at breakfast.
Yeah, perfect.
There you go. Anyway, now that you are all loaded up with aspects, Tullin, you need to sacrifice one of those in order to use Sense Life.
I'm going to sacrifice egg.
Okay. Get out of here, you egg. It's the Jack of Clubs. Okay, we are using egg once more. I will add that to the discard pile to be shuffled in at the next dawn. And yes, you cast, you sense life. It's just something that you can inherently do now. You've always had this sort of empathy that you've had. You had that sort of predator-prey sense of when people were looking at you with different intent. You were always really good at reading people, judging people, whether it was something that you purposely tried to do or not. But after all this, you can now see people. The essence, perhaps. You see that there are 3 of these sort of glowing forms beyond the obstruction of this station, 2 of which are on the intake side of the station, just kind of walking back and forth, might be having a conversation, generally patrolling, and one on the other side, which is just, it looks like he's sitting down. So he's in a chair, he's got his legs propped up on something. You can't see objects like this, so it just kind of looks like he's floating with his legs kicked up. So you see 3 of them. Daphleria, you rolled a 6.
Yes.
You see the 2 that are on the intake side, that's the side that you are facing. You don't immediately see the one on the other side because it's just obstructed. You see that the building... You see some of the windows are broken. Some of the windows have been broken. You see that there's little holes along, like near the door, or on the door. Like little puncture marks where the wood is splintered. There's some, like, burn marks there. There's various bits of trash out front, like bits of food, bits of like it looks like a number of these stalls at some point were tipped over and have since been just kind of swept out of the way.
These two individuals are in a building, correct?
They are inside the station. Yeah,
Okay. And the building is made out of wood?
it's made out of wood. Yep.
Awesome. Well, I have a plan.
All right.
Oh no.
I have all these spells now. So
Yeah.
my thought is I would like to use Flex. Hold on, let me get the actual card names out here. The 6 of Hearts, which is Flex, and the 2 of Clubs, which is Frenzy. And basically, I am going to use these spells to cause the wood of the station that they're in to start growing and flexing and closing in so that they're trapped inside, but not necessarily like hurt or crushed. Basically creating a barrier out of the wooden building.
Okay. Okay. Frenzy and what do we have? Frenzy and Flex.
Yes.
And you
Well,
want
at
to
least we're being subtle.
warp the wood of the building to cage them in.
Yeah.
I'll go with it.
Okay.
I like the idea. I'll go with it. Okay. Yeah, you are spending 2 aspects.
A lot of my aspects are really aggressive.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Which I feel does not match your character.
it doesn't really. But it amuses me.
Yeah. Kind of the wild magic sorcerer vibe where you just don't know the potency of your own magic. You want to be subtle and nice about it, but then things happen. Okay. With 2 number cards, two number aspects, I'd say it would create a very temporary barrier. The wood would be weakened from doing so. But it would corral them for a short time, and they would definitely know that something is going on. But if they very purposely try to break it, it will only last for a little bit of time.
Could I add another one onto that?
Yes.
Okay. So we
You
got
can add
Flex,
as many aspects as
Frenzy,
you like.
and I'm gonna add the 6 of Clubs, Decay. So the moment like this grows and warps and forms, it petrifies into like really hard wood.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
someone else wanted to give cards to allow for can we do that? I
Yes, you
forget
can.
exactly how that works. I apologize.
You can add aspects to somebody else's spell, but it does just like a group check, any complications that are rolled are applied to anyone who adds aspects to the spell.
I will hold off for now then.
Okay. Yeah, so in this case, since Daphleria is a spellcaster, she would not need to roll for a minor detrimental mutation, but because you are not and you are adding an aspect, you would have to roll for a minor detrimental mutation.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off.
Okay. So that's 3 cards. Yeah, I'll say that will definitely hold a lot longer.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, roll me a channel to see how well it goes off.
And that's getting 2 of them, right?
Yes.
Or is that all? Okay.
It gets the 2 on the intake side.
I have to roll channel twice, or
Just once.
okay. So
just
I got
once
a
to cast the
9
spell.
and a 2.
Okay.
Woo!
A 9 is a full
The
success.
D12.
Yeah,
The D12
Daphleria is
coming in
rolling a
clutch.
D12 skill die, and she's put all of her expertise in channel. She is a spellcaster.
I put everything in that.
It's great. It's perfect. You get so much utility with it. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so cool.
So
Magic
that
in
works
this game's awesome.
exactly as intended. You wait for the best moment to do so. They're walking back and forth. Every now and then they stop and have a conversation. You wait until they get to like the back corner, where they're having a short conversation. Maybe they like take out something to eat and just kind of lean against the wall, or maybe they're having a smoke or something. You take the opportunity while they're in a nice corner over there to take the 2 walls that they're leaning against and just wrap them around. So you've basically taken that corner of the building and detached it from the rest of the building and just kind of warped it into this own little cylinder off to the side. And of course, leaving now a hole in the back corner of the walls.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is probably most off-putting to Tollin, who has never seen a building sporadically, spontaneously morph in this way. The wood ripples as if a stone was cast in a pond, and then splinters and breaks from the rest of the building and wraps around as if it's being rolled rolled up and together, and it meets back at its center, and then you can see the color drain from it, and different cracks and striations form across it as it looks like it not only spontaneously moved on its own, but if time has just hardened it, petrified it, taken out all of the water. And it probably wrapped over a couple times to make a much tighter cylinder with stronger walls in which to keep these two contained.
Well, that's our opening, and
Yeah.
I look a little drained at this point, and my tentacles, which have been helping me cast, just kind of go limp as I'm a little tired from this. But I go, that's those two.
You can hear
Was that
immediate
essence?
banging on the new wooden walls of this cylinder, and muffled cries and curses that come out of, what's going on, what's happening, who the fuck did this.
Is did you do that? Was that what you were talking about with the essence?
Yes, that was me warping essence to change the world.
Tollin, you see the life signature of the other person on the other side of the building stand up quickly, reach his hand out, pull it back, hold another one up, and kind of do this motion, and start
Oh,
walking towards whatever's going on.
We need to move quickly because there's another one in there, and they're armed.
Oh shit. I'm going to kind of like grab that and just like get like one of her arms over my shoulder, and I'm just going to kind of like drag her as I start kind of running in. Just I know that this takes a lot out of her, and I'm just going to help her.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull out my pistol
All
and
right.
follow them.
Yes, so for this other GENESTAR to get over to where the other two are trapped, they're going to have to move directly pretty much through, or at least next to, the updraft car. What are your plans for that? You can rush into the intake area, through the door, through one of the windows. The other two are sequestered in that tube. It opens up, as I said, to a series of benches as if this were a train station of old, to Tollin. You can see there's a door that is currently like halfway propped open that leads to like the cable car garage. You can hear the door on the other side of the garage presumably being opened, and one of the GENESTAR knights calling out, "Hey, you guys all right over there? What's going on?"
Could I do a search check to look around, or if this would be an analyzed, to look around the room? I think it'd be a search to see if there's anything that can be used either to distract or to help disable this other knight.
I'm not going to make you roll for that.
Okay.
As I described, this is as you would find. You have anything in this room that you would find in a ye olde fantasy land variation of a train station. If you have a specific item in mind, feel free to roll with it, and I'll tell you if it works out.
Nothing immediately jumps to mind.
Also, just a reminder, you do have the strobe potion too.
Yes.
That is true.
If needed.
But they are very, very, very uncertain about using that for a number of reasons.
God, do I risk using an aspect or not? Because my channel is not the best.
Mm-hmm.
That could go very, very poorly. Um,
I could cast another spell too for this guy, but I want to give other people a chance to basically solve problems.
And you
uh,
just used 3 out of your 7 aspects.
I did,
So you might want to
yes.
save
Yeah.
some for later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's your bread and butter.
Is there any chance that we might be able to? Could we wrestle the weapon away from him? That's the only. It's either that or we try to hide. Those are the only ideas that I have.
Could
Maybe.
we? I'm so sorry. Could we sneak on and just steal the cart?
They're going to be
think
walking right past the cart, and as soon as they come out these doors, they're going to see the corner of the room is not a corner anymore, it's a tube.
Mm,
Maybe I can distract them long enough for you to disable them.
I think we can make that work.
Okay. Okay. Just I'm trusting you.
I'll certainly try our best here.
All right. So, Tolan, you're going to make a distraction, and Cooper, you're going to bull rush the guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Tolan, what is your distraction?
I am gonna run out with the pistol pointed out
Okay.
and try and like cut across kind of so that the attention is pulled the other way.
Okay. Do you want to like run out and stop and threaten him, or do you want to run out, take like 1 or 2
No, I
wild
wanna run
shots
out
and just keep going to draw the attention away?
No, I want to run out and
Okay.
like, threaten them.
Okay. You want to run out, stand your ground, and purposely threaten him.
Yeah, I'm
draw
gonna,
his attention
I'm gonna try
directly
and,
to you.
yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna like sort of cut around as I come out to draw their attention like that way, so that Cooper can
Sure.
find
Sure.
a straight path to their side.
Okay. Okay. This would probably be where we jump into some sort of combat encounter. We are pretty much coming right up at our time for today's episode, so we're gonna do this a little bit differently. I'm sure we'll get combat in sometime in the next 2 episodes. I'm sure. How do I want to do this? I'm thinking that Tolan, you running out and presenting yourself is a good enough distraction. There's no real intent to intimidate him to do anything specific other than be focused on you and not on Cooper, right? You're not trying to make him back down or move away. So it's not really you're not taking an active action. You're kind of being a passive distraction sort of thing. So I don't think there's any role that you need to make for this, and it's going to come down to Cooper's action that he takes to disable this person.
Would I, because I'm being the distraction, be able to offer my soul die as an assistance?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yeah.
Okay.
That's where I was leaning here.
Nice.
So what I would like to do here, and I'm bending the rules a little bit. This is not something that's presented in the book, to my knowledge. But we're going to do things. Actually, I don't think there's really a reason to do so. Looking at their, I do have stats for these guys. Looking at the difficulty that you would normally roll against to see if you succeed in an attack or succeed in defending against one of their attacks. We'll get into combat in a future episode. Their difficulty would be 4 or greater. And given the situation, I don't think there's any need to dive straight into a full combat. So we're just going to call it a regular action with the regular, difficulty spectrum. And we'll just your action will be to disable him just long enough, disarm him, maybe push him away real quick, disable him just long enough that you can hop in the car and very quickly try to get things figured out, as opposed to doing any damage or prolonging that disabled condition. So what would you like to do specifically to do so?
I mean, I feel like it would probably either fall under or endure. But basically, what I'm really just wanting to do is just try to the gun like from his hands and then like run away with it kind of thing. And then when we get up and going, just throw it over the edge. So that way he's just disarmed.
Okay. Yeah, you wanna run up, maybe shoulder check him a bit, and just kind of wrench the gun from him. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that is definitely a muscle check.
My D4 on muscle.
Oh boy.
This is gonna go great. I see nothing wrong.
That's
If
okay,
you-
have 2d6s too. You got this.
Oh,
if
that's
you
true,
could make an
true.
argument for reflex, if you want to go like
That's not any
monk kung
better.
fu one, okay.
It's really not. But
Yeah. We picked the perfect person for the job here.
absolutely, yeah. You know, we're really like hardy, but let's see what happens. Okay, that is 2 3s and a 4.
Okay, that is, you got the 4. That's a partial
Could be
success.
worse.
That's good.
Yeah.
That could have been a lot worse. I was
Yeah.
going to shoot you.
Oh no.
Yeah,
That would have been bad. That would have been
Again.
bad.
Cool.
I,
Well, they
I,
missed last time.
I will take the opportunity. I doubt you're going to take it. You might. I don't know. To remind you and the audience that there is the possibility of pressing your luck. You've succeeded, but it's a partial success. You could choose to roll again, see if you get that full success, because you are going to take some damage from this. You're gonna be able to successfully disarm him, but the complication is going to be that you take 1 point of damage, bypassing your
Yeah.
armor straight to your resilience.
Yeah, honestly, I'm okay taking a hit.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to roll any better than that. And
Yeah.
if I press my luck, that's even worse.
Oh yes, if you press your luck and fail, it is a dire consequence, which could be real bad. I didn't think you were going to take it, but on the off chance that you did, I was going to shoot you real bad then.
Does taking that damage go towards armor?
No. This is going to be just straight into my resilience.
Okay.
What I'm thinking that I can do in that case would just be like kind of like bull rushing, like shoulder check, and then just like as I like go to like try to like eject the shell, just if I'm just like grabbing a part of the gun and just like trying to pull it back. Maybe that's how I get
Mhm.
injured.
Yeah. So if this were combat, the damage would first be applied to your armor. It would have to break the armor and then go through resilience. Because this is a complication, and it is doing harm because of a complication. This is something I'm gonna write up a whole list of questions as kind of like an FAQ for to send over to David to get a few more clarifications for this. I think in this situation, it makes sense to go directly to resilience instead of through armor, because you're not in a real combat stance. What I imagine happening here is you run up, you try to grab the weapon, and you do manage to wrench it away from him, but he just sucker punches you in the face to try to get you to drop it. You hold on to it, but you manage. You take 1 point of harm.
Okay.
Fortunately, Cooper here has 4 boxes of resilience, unlike some people who only have 2.
And that's why definitely are a cast.
Yes.
Greg?
Yep.
Yeah, and as soon as I get the gun out, I'm just the others just go.
Okay. So the lot of you run past this guy. I imagine you grab the gun, he punches you in the face, you kind of push him back, he falls against the wall, maybe hits his head a little bit, he's stunned for a little bit, and the 3 of you can rush past and dive into this open side sort of cable car sky ferry sort of thing.
Colin would like to be the last one in, making sure the 2 of them make it in.
Okay. I would like somebody, I imagine this is going to be Cooper, to make me a hack check to get this thing unhooked
I will.
and properly set up.
Yeah, I will absolutely do that. That is an 8 and a 2.
An
Nice.
8 and a 2. Okay. The 8 is definitely going to succeed. That is a full success. It takes a little bit of time for you to run from piece to piece. You gotta position the hook and get that locked in so the winds don't knock you off the cable. You have to run over to both sides of this cart and unhook and properly fan out the fans. And then you have to run to the back and unhook it from the clasp on the ground, keep it locked down here on the ground. And you can feel the rush of the bottom of the updraft continually going, and as soon as you open up those sails and hook it up, it wants to move. You just need to unhook it. That does, however, take a bit of time. And in doing so, Daffleria. Actually, you know what?
Please.
Colin, you said you were purposely being the last one who goes in. I was
Oh,
going to
no.
roll to see who this guy targets, but you purposely decided you were going to be the last one in. You are the most visible here. This guy. Yeah, you never only have one weapon. What good knight only carries one weapon? He pulls out a
This
pistol,
guy.
and he's going to take a shot at you. Now this is where I'm going to kind of muddy the waters as far as combat. We're not going to worry about initiative and all that. This is going to come down to this one action. So we're not going to worry about all that. But you're going to have to make a reflex and endure test versus the enemy's difficulty value.
Okay. So do I do the reflex first? Or is it
Yeah.
or?
Did
I misunderstand?
You need to make either a reflex or an endure check. Yeah.
I heard and. That was my mistake.
Sorry.
Apologies. Okay.
That might have been me. I don't know. I say things, words just come out.
Yeah, that happens. I mean, that's how most communication goes. That is a 5 and a 1.
Okay. The difficulty value for a GENESTAR knight of this variety is difficulty 4. So he takes the shot, and you successfully dive out of the way into the cable car. And in this time, Cooper, you manage to unhook this sky ferry, and it takes off as this knight again takes his little, much smaller boomstick, very similar to the one that you've seen Tollin carry around, this just little metal pipe that he points up into the air, and little pieces start beginning to burst off from the bottom of the sky ferry. If you were in water, you would begin taking on water, but fortunately it is a river in the sky, and you don't begin sinking. And the ferry begins to travel up the updraft, leaving this one GENESTAR knight shooting a few more times up into the air before he stops, and you can see him make his way over to this hollow tower of decayed wood that Daffleria has encased the other two in.
Colin sort of scrambles back against the side of the car, like on the ground, and is sort of hyperventilating almost.
Tollin, when you stand up from all this and peer over the side, you can see that one GENESTAR knight reach over to his shoulder. It looks like he takes something off and holds it up to his face.
Oh, come on.
Oh, damn, yes. Oh, they know we're coming. They're gonna know that we're coming.
Well, at least we're...
Do you remember I mentioned the cell phone? The device to communicate with other people over long distances.
You asked if we had some, yes.
Right. He has I think he has a radio. It's similar. It allows to much shorter range, but it allows to send messages from one place to another. By the time we get up there, they're gonna know that we're coming.
And the camera zooms out from this sky ferry, follows it up a few more paces. Along the updraft, there's just this one small cable as this fanned contraption flies up on this sky river. And then the camera looks up to the top, and you can see this little black speck raise up and start making its way down. And you can see, after a little bit, the camera will zoom in, and it looks vaguely like a large version of a drone, but it's a VTOL, a vertical takeoff and landing, kind of bicopter setup. Probably has people in it. As this GENESTAR VTOL begins making its way down.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
And that's unfortunately where we're going to have to pull back for the day, for the episode. All right.
That was intense.
So
And, like,
much.
we had some partial successes this time. Last time we got
Yeah.
nothing but successes. That was
Yeah.
partials.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the complications. That was great.
Yes. Though it is a little concerning because if we follow this trend, we're in a lot of trouble come episode 4.
Absolutely.
Just progressively downhill.
Yeah, so let's see. On my 2.5 pages of notes, we made it about halfway through. But that's fine, because the GM always prepares more than they need, and like I said, such great roleplay, I was never going to put a stop to that. I saw we hit 6 o'clock, and I'm like, okay, we got to wrap this up, but I'm waiting for the beat, and I don't want to stop it. So that's where we got to end for the day. Next week, next episode, they might have to fight off a GENESTAR VTOL as it comes down and tries to shoot them out of the sky. So we might be getting to some actual combat next week. We had a little bit of a glimpse of it, kind of muddling the rules towards the end there of this episode. Next week, I will clarify that a bit more. This was a lot of great roleplay today, and I don't think we got a lot of new rules demonstrated. We talked about the procedurally generated adventures that you can go on, and the journey die and the adventure die that you could use to make long distance travel, like from Harvest to through Grand Mall and into Updraft. We, of course, did a lot with the basic rules once more. We did group checks. We added aspects to cards, talked about trading and potentially adding other aspects to cards, though it didn't, or aspects to group spells, but didn't come up. And played around with a touch of combat. Next episode, we're almost certainly going to get to some level of combat. We'll see how it works out. And I have an adventure clock that is pretty much right at this situation going to start moving about. So next episode, one of the complications that I can throw out is a segment on the adventure clock. The adventure clock isn't necessarily a straight linear progression of time. It will be a clock of various, of some level of segments, which I don't think I need to disclose to the players, but I'm actually setting up 2 clocks for this. One is going to be a D4 and one is going to be a D6, but I'm not telling you what they are about. If you would like to know what they are about, head over to our support sites, Ko-Fi and Patreon, where you can find more details about my scheming and planning and all of my notes over in the GM side of that, the hero tier version of hero tier of our support levels. Anyway, that's a brief glimpse into what's going to happen next week on Lost Eons GENESTAR. I hope you all had a fun time watching the show with us. I had a great time playing the game along with a fantastic cast, such great roleplay. I love all the bonding. I love all the conversations between you guys, and so many things that you guys just took and rolled with or created on your own, introduced on your own. I love you Daffleria, just the shells. You mean the shells? We never talked about what the ruins were called. Zoe, you just came up with the shells, and I love it. I mean, it makes perfect sense. So a lot of great collaborative storytelling here. No way am I ever going to stop people from role playing. I had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time. I hope you guys had a great time. We're going to see if we can get an after show in if I ever stop rambling. And then we'll get back to this next week. One announcement that I did miss at the beginning, for anybody who has been following us, you already know, but if you have not heard, I did an interview with David Blandy this week. That was on Thursday. It is up on YouTube. I believe you can find the VOD even down below. It's about 45 minutes. We did not talk too much about the rules. There were some clarification questions that I did get in, but we talked a lot about his inspiration and how he went about making the game. A lot of great references to other indie games and the things he's played and the reasons why he made different rules and whatnot, and other games he's done. It was a great creator interview that we had, and like I said, I'm going to set up a series of questions, a little fact guide FAQ, and get even more of those technical rules questions answered for all of you. So go check us out on while you're already here on Twitch, go check us out on YouTube. Hit the subscribe, hit the follow, hit all those buttons if you would like. Head over to our support sites if you would like to. If you like what we're doing, if you want to support us and see the channel grow in both quality and quantity, I have so many shows I'd like to do, in so many ways I would like to better those shows and better the whole channel, the whole community in doing so. And just thank you for joining us and telling other people to join us. So to wrap up, that was my whole spiel. Let's have you guys very briefly tell everyone where they can find you. Let's go in reverse order again. Drake, thank you so much once again. Tell us where we can find you.
You can find me at the Lion Knight 42 on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, pretty much wherever social places be.
All right. Zoe, I've already praised you for shells, but there's so much more. Great Daffleria spellcasting. Where can we find more Zoe?
You can find me on Twitter as Zoe Trooper. Not a whole lot of other places right now, but that will hopefully one day change. Thank you so much for having me on Uncovered again. It's been absolutely a delight.
Very glad to have you. It has indeed been a delight. And speaking of delightful, Andrew Cooper, Tonk's apprentice, one of the main reasons why I was able to properly incorporate him into this story. Andrew, where can we find what you're doing?
I make videos on YouTube, TikTok. You can just find me at That Gamer Ajax. I'm trying to get back on a weekly schedule when it comes to my YouTube videos, just discussing tips and tricks, guides, ways to introduce new tabletop games into your repertoire. If you want to branch out from something other than Dungeons and Dragons, and if you like Dungeons and Dragons, hey, that's cool. I got tips for you there too.
All right, all great stuff. 3 amazing content creators who do all kinds of videos and reviews and APs and voice work and all kinds of great stuff. Go follow them. You're already here. You know about me. Look at the About page below. That has it all. We're going to wrap up right here. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, stay safe, stay healthy, keep having fun out there. Keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more RPGs, uncovered content. And, if you ever find yourself wandering through a quaint little alpine village that seems to be oppressed by zealous bigots, and you need some help, it's best to offer them a nice bushel of heart tomatoes to help soften the blow. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Bye.